Good evening, one and all. We welcome you all to the International Conference on Psychology, Counseling, Behavioral Sciences, Social Sciences, Health, Well-being and Sustainable Development 2023, commemorating Psychology Day at UN 2023 and APA Psychology Week celebrations 2023, commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, and United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns, India's G20 presidency, in collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India, Sri Research Institute, Center for Art, Sciences and Wing. So before we start our sessions, let's take the blessings of Almighty.
Kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada shatru buddhi vinashaya deepajyotir namostute deepajyotir namostute shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue with the sessions of 6th day of International Conference. And tomorrow would be the last day for the 1 week international conference. So as we were discussing daily about the latest trends, emerging trends, issues and challenges, and what psychologists are doing to help, research is focused on the child and teen mental health, exploring why they are struggling and what can be done to help them, as kids' mental health is in crisis. The COVID-19 pandemic era has ushered in a new set of challenges for the youth in the United States, leading to mental health crisis as declared by the United States Surgeon General just over a year ago. But US children and teens have been suffering for far longer. In the 10 years leading up the pandemic, feelings of persistent sadness and hopelessness, as well as the suicidal thoughts and behaviors, increased by 40% among the young people, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, Youth Risk Behavior Surveillance System. So we are seeing really high rates of suicide and depression. And this has been going on for a while, said psychologist Kimberly Hogwood, PhD, a professor of child and adolescent psychiatry at New York University's Grossman School of Medicine. It certainly got worse during the pandemic. In addition to the social isolation and academic disruption, nearly all children and teens faced many and also lost caregivers, parents to COVID-19. Had a parent lost their job or were victims of physical or emotional abuse at home. In addition, all these difficulties on the top of growing concerns about social media, mass violence, natural disasters, climate change, and political polarization, not to mention the normal ups and downs of childhood and adolescence, can feel insurmountable for those who work with kids. The idea of a mental health crisis is really broad. For providers and parents, the term can be anxiety provoking, said Melissa Breimer, PhD, who directs terrorism and disaster programs at the UCLA Duke University National Center for Child Traumatic Stress. So part of the role is to highlight specific areas that are critical to this discussion. Across the field, psychologists are doing just that. In addition to studying the biological, social, and structural contributors to the current situation, they are also developing and disseminating solutions to families in schools and at the state level. They are exploring ways to improve clinical training and capacity and networking to restructure policies to support the most vulnerable children and teens. Psychologists were also behind new mental health recommendations from the US Preventive Services Task Force, a group of volunteer health professionals who evaluate evidence on various preventive health services. The task force now recommends regular anxiety screenings for youth ages 8 to 18 and regular depression screenings for adolescents ages 12 to 18. So we see these trends in children mental health problems as being critical, but there are solutions, Hogwood said. If we focus our efforts toward those solutions, we could see some of these sides turn. So across the United States, more than 2 lakh children lost a parent or primary giver to COVID-19. And COVID-19 Orphanhood, Imperial College, London, 2022, as per statistics. In the face of those losses, families had to curtail mourning rituals and goodbye traditions because of social distancing requirements and other public health measures. Beimer said, many children are still grieving, sometimes while facing added challenges, such as moving to a different home or transferring to a new school with unfamiliar peers. The CDC also reports that during the pandemic, 29% of the US high school students had a parent or caregiver who lost their job. 55% were emotionally abused by a parent or a caregiver, and 11% were physically abused. Schools are crucial for keeping kids safe and connecting them with services. But the pandemic completely disrupted those kinds of supports, Breimer said. These extreme disruptions didn't affect all young people equally. Echoing pre-COVID-19 trends, the CDC also found that girls, LGBTQI, youth, and those who have experienced racism were more likely to have poor mental health during the pandemic, said social psychologist Kathleen Aether, PhD, Director of CDC's Division of Adolescent and School Health. So contributing factors like including stigma, discrimination, and online bullying, Aether said female students also report much higher levels of sexual violence than their male peers, which can further harm mental health. As much hardship as COVID-19 brought, it's far from only factor contributing to the current crisis. Biology also appears to play a role. The age of puberty has been dropping for decades, especially in girls, like leading to difficulty processing complex feelings and also knowing what to do about them, as per Eckert Lindsay et al. JAMA Pediatrics, Volume 174, Number 4, 2020. In early puberty, regions of the brain linked to emotions and social behavior are developing more quickly than regions responsible for the cognitive control of behavior, such as the prefrontal cortex, Ethier said. Those developmental changes drive young people to seek attention and approval from their peers. For some, using social media fulfills the need in a healthy way, providing opportunities for connection and validation to youth who may be isolated from peers geographically or otherwise. For others, negative messages, including online bullying and unrealistic standards around physical appearance, appear to have a detrimental effect. But more research is needed to understand who is more at risk. There is clearly some aspect of young people's online life that's contributing to the mental health crisis. We just don't know exactly what that is, said Ethier. Finally, structural factors that affect millions of US children, including poverty, food insecurity, homelessness, and lack to access of health care and educational opportunities, can lead to stress response patterns that are known to underlie mental health challenges. Even in young children, prolonged stress can trigger a cycle of emotion regulation problems, which can in turn lead to anxiety, depression, and behavioral difficulties. Hogood said, these things are well established, but we are not doing enough as a field to address them. So the biggest challenge facing mental health care providers right now, experts say, is shortage of providers trained to meet the mounting needs of the children and adolescents. There's a growing recognition that mental health is just as important as physical health in young people's development, but that's happening just as mental health services are under extreme strain, said clinical psychologist Robin Gurwitch, PhD, a professor in the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at Duke University Medical Center. Schools, for example, are a key way to reach and help children, but a 2022 Pew Research Center survey found that only half of the US public schools offer mental health assessments, and even fewer offer treatment services. Psychologists are now ramping up efforts to better equip schools to support student well-being on-site. Much of that work involves changing policies at the school or district level to provide more support for all students. For example, school connectedness, the degrees to which young people feel that adults and peers at school care about them and are invested in their success, is a key contributor to the mental health. Youth who felt connected during the middle and high school level have fewer problems with substance abuse, mental health, suicidality, and risky sexual behavior as adults. So through its works in the schools program, the CDC funds school districts to make changes and research that shows foster school connectedness. Those include improving classroom management, implementing service learning programs for students in their communities, bringing mentors from their communities into schools, and making schools safer and more supportive for LGBTQ students. Psychologists are also building training programs to help teachers and other school staff create supportive classrooms and aid students who are in distress. Classroom-wise, well-being information and strategies for educators developed by the Mental Health Technology Transfers Center Network and the University of Maryland's National Center for School Mental Health. NCSMH is a free flexible online course and resource library that draws on psychological research and socio-emotional learning. Behavioral regulation, mental health literacy, trauma, and much more, based on evidence-based components of classroom-wise NCSMH 2020. And we are using evidence-based practices from child and adolescent mental health, but making these strategies readily available for the teachers to apply in the classroom, said clinical psychologist Nancy Lever, PhD, co-director of NCSMH, who developed Classroom Wise. The course incorporates the voices of students and educators and teachers, actionable strategies such as how to create rules and routines that make classroom feel safe and how to model emotional self-regulation. The strategies can be used by anyone who interacts with students, from teachers and administrators to school nurses, coaches, and bus drivers. What we need is to build capacity through all of the systems that are part of children's lives, in families, in schools, in the education of everybody who interacts with the children, said psychologist Ann Maston, PhD, a professor of child development at the University of Minnesota. Other training efforts focus on the students themselves, given that preteens and teenagers tend to seek support from their peers before turning to adults. The National Child Traumatic Stress Network, NCTSN, created conversation cards to equip kids with basic skills for talking about suicide. The advice available in English and Spanish includes how to ask about suicidal thoughts, how to listen without judgment, and when to seek guidance from an adult. Talking about suicide with friends and peers, NCTSN 2021. So while training people across the school population to spot and address mental health concerns can help reduce the strain on mental health professionals, there will always be a subset of students who need more specialized support. Telehealth, nearly ubiquitous these days, is one of the best ways to do that. In South Carolina, psychologist Regan Stewart, PhD, and her colleagues relaunched the telehealth outreach program at the Medical University of South Carolina in 2015. Today, nearly every school in the state of telehealth equipment. Including Wi-Fi and tablets or laptops that kids can use at school or take home, and access to the providers, psychology and social work graduate students, and clinicians trained in trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy. Students who need services which are free thanks to the granting provided or covered by the Medicaid meet one-on-one with their clinician during the school day or after hours. As per American Psychologist, Volume 75, Number 8, 2020. We learned a lot about the use of technology during the pandemic. Ethier said, at this point, it is very much matter of having sufficient resources so more school districts can access those sources of care. Limited resources are leaving families low on options, with some young people making multiple trips to the emergency room for mental health related concerns, or spending more than just 6 months on a waiting list for mental health support. That points to a need for more trained emergency responders and psychiatric beds, psychologists say, but also for the better upstream screening and prevention to reduce the need for intensive care, just as we need more capacity for psychiatric emergencies in kids. We also need an infusion of knowledge and ordinary strategies to support mental health on the positive side, Maston said. In the New York, Hoagwood helped launch the state-funded evidence-based treatment dissemination center in 2006, which offers free training on evidence-based practices for trauma, behavioral and attention problems, anxiety, depression, and more to all mental health professionals who work with children in state licensed programs, and which will include foster care, juvenile justice, and school settings, among others. The center provides training on a core set of tools known as PracticeWise, Chopta BF, Galid and EL, Journal of Consulting and Clinical Psychology, Volume 77, Number 3, 2009. It also offers tailored training programs on request from the community agency leaders and clinicians who provide services to the children and their families. Hoagwood, in collaboration with a consortium of family advocates, states, officials, and researchers, also helped build a state-approved training model and credentializing program for family and youth peer advocates. The peer advocate programs help expand the mental health workforce while giving families access to the peers who have similar lived experience, as per Psychiatric Services, Volume Number 71, Number 5, 2020. Youth peer advocates are young adults who have personal experiences with systems such as foster care, juvenile justice, or state psychiatric care. They work within the care teams to provide basic education and emotional support to other youth, such as giving advice on what questions to ask a new mental health practitioner and explaining the differences between psychologists, psychiatrists, and social workers. Youth peer advocates in New York can now receive college credit for their training in peer specialist network. Making community health work into a viable career can also increase diversity among mental health workers and help us address structural racism, Hoagwood said. Pediatricians are another group that can provide a first line of defense, drawing on their relationships with parents to destigmatize mental health care. Pediatricians are in many ways uniquely positioned to help address the mental health crisis in youth, said Jani A. Rithi, MD, MPH, Division Chief of Community Pediatrics at MedStar Georgetown University Hospital, and an Associate Professor of Pediatrics at Georgetown University School of Medicine. We have the privilege of building long-term relationships with children and their families over many years, with at least 12 well-children checkups in just the first 3 years of a child life, followed by annual visits. During these visits, they can watch for warning signs of social and behavioral problems and screen for maternal depression and other issues in parents, which is now recommended by the American Academy of Pediatrics. Several new resources provide guidance for integrating mental health into pediatric practices, including Behavioral Health Integration Compendium and Healthy Steps program. But most pediatricians need more education on mental health issues in order to effectively respond. Rethi said, yet another area where psychologists may be able to help. Psychologists can provide direct consultations and training to pediatricians through Pediatric Mental Health Care Access Program. The more we can view health knowledge or mental health knowledge, capacity, and checkpoints into places where parents feel comfortable, like the doctor's office and at school, the better, Maston said. all professionals who work with young people really need the knowledge that's being generated by the psychologists. Even in India, the mental health programs have been accelerated and more psychologists are being trained. But we have a challenge of limited psychologists, especially psychologists who are recognized by RCA are only officially recognized as a psychologist with the RCA registration. And only clinical psychologists and rehabilitation psychologists only fall under these registrations. So there is a dearth of registered and licensed psychologists in India. And there are also other psychologists who are at UG and PG programs. Those who have not yet enrolled for MPhil research programs or doctoral programs or postdoctoral programs in psychology, they can also be utilized in accessing, delivering the mental health services. So the recent Allied Mental Health Act also provides provision for psychologists with guided supervision to administer and to observe these mental health services under the supervision of a supervisor. So that also provides ample opportunities for the young budding graduates and postgraduates of psychology and those who have completed their undergraduate and master programs also to be part of the psychological workforce. But here there is a word of caution. There are also, we have seen a lot of people practicing without proper guidance. And nowadays we see a lot of institutes or a lot of online training programs where a lot of certification kind of workshops or various training programs are conducted and issued certificates, which doesn't even provide any basic knowledge. It's more or less a basic awareness programs, and they are not adequate to be certified unless and until you have the practical guidance. Now with the concept of mental health insurance, now even we have seen in the recent cases where recent scenarios where psychologists are dragged to the court for misdiagnosing and also doing assessments without proper licensure or recognition. So unless and until you are under a supervision, especially this is a note for students who are into the field or into the work settings with only undergraduate degree or postgraduate degree, they have to be careful, especially they have to do practice under the guidance of an qualified, licensed clinical or rehabilitation psychologist or in a multidisciplinary or transdisciplinary team where a larger group of professionals are available, including pediatricians or health professionals like doctors or medical psychiatric social workers and clinical psychologists or rehabilitation psychologists, where there is a shared responsibility and there is always a supervision available. Now, more and more caution has to be exercised because earlier there was no mental health insurance act where people were not reimbursed for the mental health services. But now with Mental Health Act, now people are also reimbursed for their mental health services availed across the centers. So this, again, here there is a technical uh, challenge and also feasibility where, unless and until you are a qualified and trained psychologist, you are not supposed to deliver the services independently. And you are also not supposed to certify. This brings a greatest challenge, not only in delivering services independently, but also it can invite some legal obligations on your part. So we have to be very careful now, because once you charge for something and that bill is produced to the insurance companies, as you know, generally whenever an accident or an incident occurs where there is a medico-legal case registered, in a similar way, when and a doctor's signature is obtained for the treatment, who should be registered with MCI. Similarly, whenever there is an mental health services required or have been availed, similarly, the psychologists need to be certified by RCA. So there are certain legal implications that needs to be carefully looked upon while delivering the services. So always ensure that you are under the proper guidance and supervision, and don't try to cross our boundaries, especially these legal, ethical boundaries where we are confined. Otherwise, it can invite a lot of issues, including legal and ethical issues. So it is very much evident that though a country like with a huge population, now India is the most populated country in the world, it has surpassed China's population. So now, with that huge potential and also huge limitation of very limited number of psychologists available, and psychiatrists are very less comparatively, there is a huge demand for psychologists to be trained and need to deliver their services under the supervision of a certified and qualified and licensed psychologist. So we need to understand that there is a huge potential. At the same time, we need to follow the guidelines, rules, and regulations provided by the state or the nation to ensure that quality services are delivered and training programs are from authorized organizations. There are organizations like hospitals and organizations like NIMHANS and IMHANS and various other state and central government organizations, and universities are providing training programs, and in collaboration with certain international certified agencies or resource persons. Those are certified and qualified training programs which are recognized by not only by the academia but also the industry. So make sure, just there are a lot of even pandemic of courses available online and offline, which they certify also, but remember, they are not valid most of the times and can land you in legal and other obligations. So make sure whenever you're joining, whenever you're attending such training programs, it's always good for awareness and increasing your knowledge, but those are not a licensure for you for practicing independently or taking up therapy independent. Many of the times we see in practice also, when some issues come up or when some clients comes up saying, I have attended here and I have attended there and they have conducted therapy sessions or counseling sessions, and they have charged and there is no outcome, or sometimes they have been abused, or sometimes they have been retained, where the scope of services are beyond their skill set or beyond their understanding. And because of that, there is a considerable damage that has been occurred to their in delivery of mental health services. Then a report was also sent to concerned authorities. Again, those psychologists were summoned for these ethical and legal issues for taking up such things. So we should also be aware of these things, that if the scope of treatment is not under purview, we need to immediately do the referral to the qualified or certified psychologist. We should not retain for the sake of doing business, and that can lead you to further legal and ethical complications, and it can also put an end to your career forever, because once you can also be taken under trial, and also you can be punished or fined, penalized for such services by an incompetent person, individual, or by an authority. Now, being said that, there is also exploitation by the clinical psychologist or rehabilitation psychologist, and they are trying to exploit this situation because they are only the licensed psychologists. And even we have seen a different kind of story or different kind of scenario where huge number of UG undergraduate psychologists and postgraduate psychologists are employed, and they are being meagerly paid, and they are being exploited and used. And we see a lot of centers running, and they move from center to center only to sign the records and make huge, they are minting money, in other words. I express a word of caution here, both the sides, that not everyone is doing like that. At the same time, there are many who are exploiting the situation, because they are only eligible to sign legally and accepted. So they are utilizing and they are also exploiting the situation. At the same time, this also has made the mental health services being far from affordability, because limited in number and the cost of accessing the mental health services have also increased manifold. So this also prevents the common man or the common woman or the common persons in the population to reach out to mental health services. So again, there is a greater need. Of course, there are various health centers which are also open exclusively for mental health services in the government hospitals. But as we know already, government hospitals are associated with a lot of stigma, especially when it comes to health and hygiene aspects. They are overcrowded and they are understaffed. And not only that, the hygiene and other sanitation aspects are not well maintained, and also the interior environment is not always, it's a fact, but unfortunately, though not all the institutions may be similar, but most of them have similar situations prevailing. So, and that too, when we are talking about mental health, and the ambience environment along with the services provided also creates an impact on one's health and recovery. So there are certain challenges in this area as well. When we are again starting in the existing infrastructure, where there is a huge stress on the infrastructure and the kind of environment that also prevents, in accessing unless and until there is a serious threat to one's own health or well-being, people are not readily being approaching. So this also puts again strain on that and also leads to exploitation. So all these aspects are there, which are, challenges and issues and also trends in, but we need to be more empathetic, compassionate, and we should be a service oriented to help the larger citizens or population, where we can make services affordable. We should not use this noble service, all these health services where even doctor is treated next to God. So when we are exploiting that profession, then we are not only exploiting our own profession, and we are not only, making a wrong assumption or a perception, or creating a wrong perception of our own profession, but also people start losing trust on the medical health professionals. And we can also see the evidence that more and more hospitals, doctors are being attacked once there is an adverse reaction or adverse situation that rises up in the process of treatment. And sometimes the cause of death of the patient also aggravates and leads to the violence and attack on hospitals and health professionals. And also there are a lot of medical negligence. We also commemorated that most of the medical errors are due to medical negligence by the professionals. And again, this also keeps adding. And a lot of things are there because already medical and health professionals are overburdened, overstressed, and they are also in high demand, and that puts them into more vulnerability. And because of that, there is greater possibility of making more mistakes. So all these have to be protected, but there are also a good mental health professionals and also medical and health professionals who are dedicated, who have dedicated and doing wonderful service. And they also need to be protected. Like every side, there is a darker side and brighter side. Like these are just two sides of the coin, same coin. So we need to understand that all these have to be understood, and these are the challenges. But we need to work together as a transdisciplinary team, as an interdisciplinary team, so that we can share our responsibility and also our duties, so that everyone can perform their services in the delivery of mental health services or health services at an optimum level that not only benefits the clients or patients, but also benefits the healthcare and allied healthcare professionals. So with this, we shall stop here to go with the next session. So we have today, we have with us our dear friend who is none other than Mr. Matt Perliston, who has dedicated his entire life in promoting global peace, emotional intelligence, and he has been very kind enough to join us every time we organize, wonderful sessions. And today also, he joined with us in promoting mental health, and especially the positive mental health he is going to deliver today. He is founder and CEO, EQ for Peace Worldwide, Inc., California, USA. And he has been delivering sessions, lectures from since 4 decades, almost 40 years. And he has been very active in training and delivering emotional intelligence and related training programs across the world. And thank you, Matt, for joining us on this wonderful occasion on the way of international conference, and hope we had great celebrations at United Nations Psychology Day, and also APA Psychology Week celebrations have been great. So thank you. Welcome once again to our wonderful platform. Over to you for your talk on positive mental health and psychology.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Thanks for doing this, for caring, for trying to change the world. Appreciate that. Need a lot of help in that department. So yeah, this is a good platform. Thank you, Dr. Ravindra, for all you do. Your tireless efforts to make things better and educate people, and good stuff. Very, very good stuff. So, all right. So let's talk a little bit about positive mental health, shall we? Positive mental health, right? Mental health usually has kind of negative to it because we're talking about issues and problems and disorders, etc. And so that's kind of negative. But what we found and what we're working with is that if we can deal with our negatives, if we can deal with our pain, if we can deal with our negative thoughts and negative feelings, both, we do need to deal with them. I'm not saying we don't. Being positive mental health, some people go, oh, you're just supposed to be up and happy all the time and ignore every problem. No, that's not what it's about. It's about being able to deal with our problems so that we can be more positive, right? So we can be. That's the very simplest part of it. And it breaks down to our thoughts and our feelings, right? That's kind of all we have. We got our body. So our thoughts, our feelings, and our body, right? Our actions. And we can make them more positive on purpose. On purpose. We can make them more positive. We can spin it to win it, I call it. Spin it to win it. That means you adjust things to be more positive. It does not mean that you ignore the negatives. We still have to deal with the negatives, but we don't have to live there. We don't have to focus only on the negatives. That doesn't work very well. It's a drag, and it's a pain. It's a not happy. It's not fun. So you can if you want to. That's the thing, is all this is you're at choice. You're completely at choice about all of this. And I'm saying, since you're at choice, choose positive. Choose the positive. Deal with the negative. But even and check this out. It just hit me the other day, is that when there's negative things happen, stuff happens. It does. Negative things happen. For example, I'm going to get teary here. I was talking to my wife about this. I have cancer, and I have had it for 9 years, and it was really bad at first. And then I got a really good medication, and it went all the way into remission up until, for the last year and a half, I was in remission. That was great. I loved it. I was so happy. I mean, it's, it just was, what a relief, right? What a huge relief was for me. However, about a month ago, it's back. and it's not in remission anymore. It's back again. And I had to go back. I was actually off of treatments, and that was wonderful, like I said, but it's back. So what do I do with that? What do I do with that? It's back, right? I think I have a slide on this, and I'll get to those in a minute. There's what we do about a problem and what do we do with a problem. Those are very, very different. What do we do about a problem? Okay, I got a problem. My body has this nasty stuff inside of it. What am I doing about that? Well, I'm going to the doctor. I'm getting medication. I do bi-weekly injections in my belly of this new immunotherapy, which is fantastic. Apparently, it worked really well before. I'm hoping it'll work well again. Got me into remission. It's not chemotherapy, it's immunotherapy. It's a little bit different, and it's more focused, and I won't lose my hair again. I did, but not with this stuff. There's very few side effects. It's awesome. Immunotherapy goes right for the cancer. The chemotherapy kills whatever fast growing cells you have, and that's why your hair and your fingernails and stuff like that have problems with, because they're the fastest growing cells, and so those die first, and they hope that it will kill the cancer without killing you first. Which is anyway, that's how it works. That's how it works. So immunotherapy, however, goes right for the cancer. Anyway, so I'm doing stuff about that. I'm doing what they're telling me to do. I'm trying to take care of myself. I do the meds. I've been taking meds. I've been taking 10 pills a day for 9 years. That's 4,000 times I've taken my meds. That's doing something about the problem, right? However, while I'm doing that, what do I do with the problem? What do I do with the problem? Well, that's different, because with is my thoughts. What do I think about this? What do I feel about this? Right? That's what do I do with it? What do I do about it is action. What do I do with it is inside of me, in my thoughts and feelings, and what do I do with that? Right? And so that's a different question. That's a whole different question. And that's what positive mental health is about. I can be grumpy about it if I want to. I can be scared. I am scared. I am scared about it. And it's not like if I want to, I am scared about, well, I guess I could not be. I could be anyway. I'm sad about it, actually, also because I was off and now I'm back on again. And so that doesn't feel good. I'm not happy about that. But still, nevertheless, I can be grumpy about it and be upset about it all the time. I can be a mess. I can withhold. I can hide. I can, could get depressed. I could get depressed. I could get hopeless. All that kind of stuff. I could, and I have, however, I can also do other things. I can choose other things. I can have some positivity to it. I deal with the negatives when they come up. When I get really scared, I try to let myself feel that for a minute. I call it feel it to heal it. I try to let myself feel it, and that helps rather than trying to stuff it and avoid it and all that. It helps me to experience the feeling for a minute, even just for a minute, and just let my body feel what it wants to feel. And so that's what I do. And then it dissipates. Then it feels better. It's like when you need to cry and you don't for a long time, it feels awful. And then when you do, you're like, oh, wow. Oh. And your body, it's a like relief from a really core level in your body. And it allows your feelings to dissipate, allows them to experience them and to acknowledge them and to dissipate. And so one of the things I'm going to talk about here in a minute with the on my presentation is that we're working with therapeutic models of psychological models that put more emphasis on feelings, The number one type of therapy is CBT, which is cognitive behavioral therapy. Cognitive, left brain, right? That's what you think and your behaviors, right? That changes things. And then that's therapeutic technique, right? What's missing there? What's missing? The whole right side, the whole feelings. It's cognitive affective behavioral. So the Dr. Doc Downing that I'm working with for 35 years now came up with a new twist, a spin to CBT called CABT, cognitive affective behavioral. CBT assumes that your feelings, if you change your thoughts, you can change, that will change your feelings. Well, that works sometimes, most of the time, often that does work. You change your thoughts and then your feelings magically change, right? Not always, and it kind of ignores the power and the core and the beauty and the depth of our feelings. So he's adding the affective side. It's both sides of our brain, cognitive affective behavioral therapy. So let me go into my presentation here. Finally, hang on. Am I sharing now? Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. So we're talking about positive mental health, right? We're talking about positive mental health. I'd like to introduce you to it a little bit. Some of the psychological methodologies, as I mentioned, these are strategies, right? This is based on emotional intelligence. This is based on positive psychology. It's based on knowing yourself first, right? Know yourself and understand yourself and accept yourself, that kind of thing. These are strategies. These are how to do it. What do you do? What do you do with that information? Now that you know it, what do you do with it? So positive mental health, I'm trying to make it as practical and useful as possible in daily life. Okay, we're going to talk about conscious competence in a minute, and I'm hoping that you will become more consciously competent. You're doing it right now. You're in this conference right now, learning about you on purpose, and that's consciously becoming more competent. Yay, right? A lot of people are unconsciously incompetent, which means they don't know that they don't know, and they are then sometimes we find out that we don't know, and then you guys are right this minute are learning about something on purpose. So we're becoming consciously competent. Someday you might be able to make it a habit and becomes unconsciously competent. So I'm jumping ahead of myself. I get excited about this stuff because it's fantastic and it works really well, and it's all free. It's all free inside of all of us. And it's kind of like once you learn it, it's like, oh, that's the a goal sometimes that I have for people is after we explain this stuff, their conclusion is, oh, I see. That makes sense. Yeah, but we don't learn about it in school, and we don't talk about this stuff, so people don't know. So we're just trying to figure it out, and I'm trying to share what I know, and people go, oh, I see. I can do that. Like, great, do it. There, boom, you're done. Go, ready, go from here on. So, and like I said, most people, in my opinion, are unconsciously incompetent, which means they don't know that they don't know about emotions, and they're not looking necessarily. And so I think it's our responsibility actually to tell people about this stuff, to share it, to teach other people, for you guys and me and everybody. As soon as you find out about this important part of our life, share it with others, anybody, teach it, talk to your kids about it, talk to your wife about it, talk to the person in the grocery store. It doesn't make any difference. Have you ever heard of emotional intelligence? I love starting that conversation. Have you ever heard of emotional intelligence? And people are like, huh? Well, a lot of people, probably half the people in my in unscientific survey say, huh? No. And I'm like, yeah, you can be smart about your feelings, and you can be smart with your heart, kind of thing. And they're like, really? I've had some people think it changed their life. Just bringing it up, just saying, have you ever considered that you can be smart with your fear and your anger and your sadness and your shame and that sort of thing? They're like, really? That's great. I'm going to do that. I had no idea. And that you can change somebody's life just to that one question. Have you ever heard of emotional intelligence? Anyway, so this is all based on emotional intelligence. I know you guys talk about this fairly often, and so I'm not going to go deep into that. I want to talk more about positive mental health, which is the next step. Emotional intelligence is knowing. Intelligence, right? It's knowing. Positive mental health is doing. What do you do with that? What do you do with that? So here's two sides of the brain. As you're aware, we have two sides. Probably you do. I do. I think I have. Well, I do. I have pictures of it. I had to get some medical stuff. I had a sinus infection, and so they took a picture of my brain and my sinuses and stuff. And I'm like, look. I told my wife, look, I do have a brain. I told you. There's something in there. I told you. And she said, it was funny. She said immediately, she goes, I never doubted that you had a brain. I just don't think anybody's using it. I'm like, oh, ouch. But anyway, you get the idea. And she's right. But so I'm trying. So the problem is that we don't talk about this stuff. We don't learn about it in school. We learn about our left brain, our logic, our thoughts and stuff, but we don't learn much about our right brain. And that's a bad thing. We don't learn about our emotions. That's a bad thing. In fact, in the United States, especially, well, it is for you guys too, but in the United States, it is dangerous. That is dangerous for people to not know about their emotions because they think they're supposed to handle them with a gun and go out and shoot people and shoot each other or shoot themselves. I know in India too, I have a graphic. I don't have it in this presentation, but on the rate of suicides in India, especially among young people, is skyrocketing. It is not just in India too. It's in Asia and Europe and Africa and the United States. Suicide is one of the fastest growing things around. And that to me is the ultimate of not knowing how to deal with your thoughts and feelings. I can't deal with this. I don't know what to do about it. It's overwhelming to me. I'm out of here. No, you can deal with it. And you can, it's not that big a deal. You can learn how to deal with that. But we don't learn about this stuff in school and we don't talk about it. We don't have anybody to talk to about it. And we don't talk about it at home, and we better not deal with it at work, right? School, homework, everything. It's not spoken about, and it needs to be. So that's the problem. Thing is, we are born with everything we need to be peaceful, to be happy and loving. We have everything we need. We just don't know how to use it. It's an education problem. So that's why I'm here in the middle of the night yelling at you guys, trying to share this information, because I believe that this education is so critical. It actually life-changing, life-saving in a lot of cases, information that people don't have. And so I'm like, hey, here, take it, please, use it, please. I'm not charging anything for it. I'm trying to get people to understand themselves. And I really believe that actually that the more people can do better and feel better and be more sane and be happier and more peaceful, etc., makes it better for everyone and effectively for me. So, I mean, it's all self-centered, if you will, but I want a better world. I want a peaceful world. I want a more loving world. I want safer in emotionally and physically for me and for my kids and my grandkids and all the people that I care about. I want a better world. And so that's what I'm working on. So, Aristotle said educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. That's a little bit severe, but this is about psychology, especially that is relevant here, is that I think everybody should have to take psychology, everybody, and learn about themselves and learn about what's going on inside and learn about how people function and how things work inside of us. We don't learn about that stuff, and that's just wrong, especially like kids and stuff. It's not in most schools. It's starting to be, which is very nice. I'm glad to hear that. And our nonprofit called EQ for Peace is trying really hard to get emotional education into schools everywhere. And so, it's starting, but we got so long to go. We have so much more to go to get this into basic education. Understanding calculus and science, some of the science and stuff like that is really good. We need to know that stuff. And we need to know our right brain too. We need to know how we function, how to deal with our feelings, how to deal with our thoughts, what goes on inside of us. We don't teach that stuff, and we just got to. The good news is that if we do learn about what's going on inside of us, that it's not about what's going on outside of us. No matter what's happening outside of us, we have the power to control what happens inside of us. However, we don't know how to use it. We don't know that, first off. That's my number one, actually, Yeah, maybe number one premise of that I'm trying to get across to people is that we are in control of our own selves. What I call emotional ownership or emotional responsibility. We create our thoughts and we create our feelings, and we can change them if we don't like them, or if they're not working for us. We can change them. Basic psychology, right? So but I think, in my opinion, a lot of people don't know that. They really don't. They think that this person made me mad. This person hurt my feelings. No, they didn't. You did that. You did that. They did what they did, but your thoughts about what they did created your feelings about what they did, and now you're upset about it. But that's optional. You did that, and you can change it. You don't have to stay being upset about it. You can change it. So whatever happens outside of us, we get to control what happens inside of us. And that is a beautiful thing. That to me was a total life changer. And that's a big part of why I'm here, is that most people, I think, in my opinion, as my unscientific survey, do not know that basic fact that they're in charge of their own self, that their own insides. And that is huge. That's huge. Right? So we're good at our logic. We're left brain society. We have left brain education. We're science and math and reading and all logic, reason, analytic side. We're focused on our left brain. Great, good. Yeah, we're good at that. We're excellent at that, and we need to keep doing that. And we need to add the right brain to our passion, our creativity, our senses, our body, our feelings. Oh, feelings. Yes, we have feelings. How about that? And we have feelings. We have thoughts and we have feelings 24/7, 365, every minute of every day for the rest of our days. We're going to have this stuff. And so we kind of might be interesting to know how to deal with it. How to deal with it. It's the universal language of everybody has thoughts and feelings, and hardly anybody knows how to deal with them, in my opinion. So we need to add the right brain to the left brain in education and everywhere else. IQ plus EQ, I call it. IQ being your logic and reason, EQ being your emotions and creativity. Put those together, boom, boom. They're balanced. We try to balance them. I got a slide on that, I think. So we're going for peace. So the goal is, once you get those two together, the idea is to get peace. And yeah, I get all fired up and such, and it feels like I'm not that peaceful, but actually this makes me very peaceful to feel like you can be excited and peaceful at the same time. You can actually be, check this out, you can be sad, you can be angry, you can be fearful and peaceful at the same time. How? By knowing that you can deal with it, by knowing that it's just an emotion and that it'll pass, and that you can and will deal with it, and then you'll get back to going positive again. So you can have this peaceful feeling and sad at the same time, because I'm like I was saying earlier, I'm sad about the cancer journey that I'm on right now again, but I feel some peace about it too, that I'm going to be able to deal with it because I can deal with my negative emotions. I didn't used to be able to. I didn't used to feel confident or competent in being able to deal with my stuff, even inside of me. I was very afraid of myself. I was afraid of my own emotions, and I think a lot of people are. And that's not peaceful. I don't want to be afraid of myself. I don't want to be afraid of myself. I'm afraid of my life. I wake up in the morning like, how am I going to get through today? I don't know how I'm going to do this. I don't do that anymore. Now I go, all right. I got some stuff to deal with, but I can and I will. And it's okay. It's okay. That to me is peaceful. So this is what I was talking about earlier, the 4 steps to learning. I think this is really important in our journey. Unconsciously incompetent means you don't know that you don't know. We're all start there. And then we become consciously incompetent. We find out that we don't know. That's cool. That seems like some people are like, oh, I can't believe I didn't know that. What an idiot kind of stuff. You can skip that part and go to, okay, all right. I can see that's a spin it to win it. Okay, I have different thoughts about it. I can find out more. I can learn more. I can go to a conference or webinars or learn or classes or read or watch or listen or whatever. But I can become more competent. So I'm not, but I could be. And then that goes to step 3. All right, now I'm learning something on purpose. I'm going to find out how to know how to do better. Right. That's step 3. And then step 4, maybe eventually, sometimes we never get there. It doesn't matter. All that really means is that eventually becomes a habit and you just go there by default and I got it. It's really getting what you're talking about. And so you get it. And then you don't have to consciously be aware of it. You just do it. Right. So it becomes part of you. Anyway, we're doing 2 and 3 mostly. There's some things we don't know and we're trying to find out. Cool, right? Cool. That's the point of education. That's why I'm jumping up and down about this being education based, is because we can find out more. We can become more competent on purpose. And that's a beautiful thing. And it's mostly free inside of all of us, most of it. If somebody spends their time trying to train you or et cetera, you might have to pay them. But once they pay you, once you got the information, it's yours. And for now on, it's free inside of you for the rest of your life. Education's cool that way, right? So, okay, here's kind of how it works according to me. So stuff happens outside of us, right? And then we have that's just happening. If we get out of bed in the morning, stuff's going to happen. If we don't get out of bed in the morning, stuff's still going to happen. Things are happening outside. We then have thoughts and feelings about what's happening. All right. We have thoughts and feelings about what's happening. Now it's inside. Now, boom. Now it's yours. Now it's your problem. Now it's your problem. So we have thoughts and feelings about what's happening. That brings it into our world. That is where psychology starts. That's where we're going with this thing, right? That's where it starts. What do we do with them? There's the big question. Okay. What I suggest strongly is that first we become aware of them. We become aware of what our thoughts and feelings, right? But we can't really do it much with them until we're aware, obviously. But we can be not aware. We can be unaware. And I think a lot of people are unaware of especially their feelings. They more aware of their thoughts, but less aware of their feelings, and that they're different and that they got to be handled differently, etc. So awareness first. We got to open our eyes, open our heart, and go, oh, I'm having a thought. I'm having a feeling. Right? It's pretty profound, right? You go, yeah, I'm having a thought and a feeling. Okay. Second, acceptance, or number 5 here, acceptance. Okay, it's okay. I'm having this thought and I'm having this feeling. It's okay. I'm not going to die over it. I don't have to kill anybody over it. I could just accept that it's a thought I am having and a feeling I am having, and I can adjust them. I can do stuff with them, but I can accept them and accept that my emotional responsibility, I call it, right, is that I am in charge of me. They're my thoughts and feelings. They didn't make me feel this way. Nobody's doing this to me. They're just doing what they're doing. I then have thoughts and feelings, and I can control my thoughts and feelings. Cool, right? So acceptance is a big deal. I suggest awareness and acceptance are a great addition to this cycle. Then what we do is evaluate them. Okay, now we're aware and we accept that we have them. We don't have to like them. Acceptance does not mean approval. We don't have to like them, but we do have to understand them and become aware of them, accept them. Then we evaluate and go, oh, that's a good one. Oh, that's a bad one. Oh, I don't like that one. We can have thoughts and feelings that we don't like at all. And then we can decide what to do about them. We can decide what to do about them. We can change them. We can adjust them. We can run with them. We can take action on them. We cannot take action on them, which is a big, big step. So we become aware of our thoughts and feelings. We accept them. Then we evaluate them. And then we get decide. This is all inside of us. Nobody sees this stuff. This is going on, wham, sometimes very, very quickly, sometimes very, very quietly, but it's going on inside of us all the time. Then we decide whether we're going to take some action or not. We can take action or not, no matter what we're feeling, no matter how strongly we're thinking and feeling, we can take action or not. And action is outside of us. Action means that other people are going to get involved. Action means it's like where the rubber hits the road. Here's where stuff gets real, right? These are actions. Thoughts and feelings are whipping around inside, and we're doing what we're doing with them. But the actions, okay, the actions are become our behaviors and become who we are and our personality, and that's where we get our results. You're going to get people that like it. They're going to people don't like it. You're going to get some consequences. You're going to get closeness or not closeness, etc. You're going to get some feedback and some pushback maybe, and some outside influence, because actions are outside. They're often outside, and usually are outside of you, and so other people get involved. So basically, stuff happens outside. We then bring it inside, process it, hopefully become aware, accept. Do I like it? Yeah. What am I going to do about it? And then back outside again is our actions or no action. Remember, with strong emotions, sometimes, a lot of times, no action, keep your mouth shut, is a good idea. No action is a good idea. The cool part is that even when you have no action, that means that you are in charge of you. You are in charge of you. You decided not to act. That makes you in charge of you. That's a beautiful thing, right? No action's a good action, a very good action, a lot of times, especially with strong emotion. So our thoughts and feelings are inside, our actions and results are outside. So just so be aware, right? There's a big difference, Thoughts, feelings, decisions, actions. This is from 6seconds.org, the number 6seconds.org, the biggest EQ trainers in the world. They talk about TFA, thoughts, feelings, actions. I'm saying we need to add decisions in there. Decisions are a big part of this whole thing, because that's where we have the choice. Our thoughts and feelings kind of whip around and stuff, and then we can decide to change those. We can decide to adjust them. We decide to replace them. We decide to act on them or not act on them. Decision is where we have tons of choice, and that's where we have tons of control, which I like. I'm a control freak, if you like, but I want to be in charge of me. I want to be in charge of my life. I want to be in control. And so this is our decisions are where that lies. Where we're going with this is peace. Is peace. We're trying to get world peace, big peace, starting with inner peace. Dalai Lama said world peace begins with inner peace, right? We're starting with inner peace. That's where we're trying to get to this here. If we can manage all those steps that I just mentioned, we can go, yeah, okay, I can do this. And I get some peace for that. He said, through inner peace, genuine world peace can be achieved. Peace must be first created within ourselves and then gradually expanded to include our families, our communities, and the whole planet. So that's what we're doing with our nonprofit, EQ for Peace, down the bottom here. We're trying to build peace from the inside out. I don't know how else we're going to do it. People don't know how to do peace. They don't know how to be peaceful inside of themselves. And so we're kind of trying to teach them. And that the way you get there is this thing called emotional intelligence and positive mental health, is that you can get some peace. And if I can create peace inside of me, and then I can create some peace around me, then maybe we can create big peace for everyone. We'll see. We'll see. That's the theory. That's what I don't have anything better to do. So I'm trying to work it out this way. Let's see what happens. We're calling it peace education, try to teach people how to be peaceful. It's the process of acquiring the values. Values are a big part of this. Knowledge, yeah, of course. Attitudes, skills, behaviors to live in harmony with oneself, especially, and firstly, and others and the environment. So we're trying to create peace education. There is such a thing. It needs work. It needs a lot of work. And it needs to be out there into the world a lot better than it is now. Let's see. Good news. You're in charge of you. I said that, right? No matter what happens outside, you're in charge of you. That happens inside. So we're talking about so if you don't get anything from this whole thing, take this one thing, right? One thing, number one premise of positive mental health. One thing, they're your thoughts. They're your feelings. Nobody made you feel them. Nobody made you think what you think. Nobody. They did what they did. You then decided to think and feel what you think and feel. They're yours. You can manage them. To me, this is the tipping point between whether you're going to do good or you're not going to do good in your life. Do good meaning be happy, not happy, be peaceful, not peaceful, be in control, be not in control. That kind of tipping point stuff is that if you think that if you know, not you think, but well, you start with you think, but you know for sure that you created your own thoughts and your own feelings, then you are in charge of you and you could do beautiful stuff. You can risk more, you can be open, you can be more loving, you can be more powerful, you can be more friendly, you can be kind, you can be all kinds of stuff because you know that if something doesn't go well, if it doesn't go well, then you will manage it. You will handle it. You can deal with yourself because they're your thoughts and feelings, right? You can do stuff. You can risk more. You can be powerful. You can be wonderful if you know that you started it. However, if you don't, if you think that they did it to you, you become a whiner and a blamer and a victim and it's awful and it starts going down and the world's doing this. And if they would change, I would be happy, right? No. If they would change, then they would change. Great. But if I want to be happy, that's up to me. That's up to me. So I don't want to be a victim. I used to think they did it to me. I believe most people think that the world does what it does to them and that they then don't have any choice of what they think and feel. And I disagree. I'm saying you have a choice. So it's called emotional responsibility. It's called ownership of yourself. And it's called internal locus of control. That's Albert Ellis said, use that term a lot. I like it. Not an external locus of control. That means I'm in charge of me. Internally, I'm in control of me, right? That's a beautiful thing. And what I was saying before, if I know that I can manage my emotions, then I can be fantastic. If I can manage especially the big three, I think I have a slide on this later. The big three are fear, anger, and sadness, in my opinion. There's lots of different theories, like psychological constructs on how many core emotions there are and how many basic emotions there are. I have a list of them. I think it's funny in my book. That we absolute proof. I think there's a dozen different ones, different theories on how many core emotions they are. And every one of them is absolutely sure that they're correct, but they're all different. So which one's correct? It doesn't, and I think it's funny, but I think there's the three basic core emotions that we need to get good at. And that is just our fear, our anger, and our sadness. Just those big three. Those are the biggest. I think everything kind of boils down to those three. And I believe that if we can manage those three inside of us, if I can manage my fears, my anger, and my sadness, I got it. There's just not that much that life can throw at me that I can't handle if I can deal with those three. So get good at those three if you would. I think it would be most beneficial to you, most beneficial. So Daniel Goleman started EQ. You probably know about this. He made it popular with his book back in '95. He said emotional intelligence, why it can matter more than IQ, right? I was saying we're talking about balance. I think it's a balance thing. I don't think it matters more than IQ. I think it matters the same as IQ. It's a balance thing. We want to balance them. They both matter. We need to be smart and we need to know what we're feeling. Both, not one, not the other, both. That's what works, in my opinion. Emotional intelligence is knowing the language and research and science about it. That's intellectual. Positive mental health is about what do you do with it? What do I do about that? One of the biggest things is that emotions matter a lot, way more than we ever imagined. Our emotions matter. We are taught in our society and in our culture, emotions don't matter and they are not important and we don't talk about them and they're mushy and they're ugly and they are painful and they don't want to talk about them. Nobody wants to talk about them, especially guys. They don't want to talk about them, right? However, However, they're happening. They are happening, and they are affecting you, whether you know it or like it or not. They're there, and they're not stopping until you do. So kind of important to learn about them. So, and what we found is that what we're finding with emotional intelligence, which is one of the hottest subjects on the planet, is that they matter. Emotions matter a lot. It'll change your life. Everything about the emotions, it affects your life and it changes your life every second of every day at a cellular level. You can't really avoid them. Well, you can try. You can try. But they're happening. So if we can put some more emphasis and energy on our emotions, we can, and learning about them and ourselves, you can do great things. So Daniel Goleman's, this is his model for EQ. It's about knowing ourselves, being able to manage ourselves, knowing others, being able to manage others, meaning our relationship with others, right? So it's basically me and you. That's it. And basically it's me and me working with you. So it's basically you. It's me. I mean, it's just us. Us managing us. So it's about emotional intelligence and positive mental health are about us managing our own lives, right? So the three basic steps we've come up with positive mental health, as I mentioned earlier, is awareness, acceptance, and action. We got to be aware first. We can't do anything until we're aware. It's also called mindfulness or consciousness or whatever, but we got to be aware first. And that's the biggest problem, I think, is that we're not aware because we don't talk about them and we've never talked about them and we don't learn about them and we've never learned about them. And that's a problem. So we're not aware of them. And that's the first problem. Second problem is once we do become aware of them, we don't accept them. We're like, yeah, no. I don't get angry. Right. Sure. I don't have any fears. Like, right. Right. So many people lie to themselves, deny, hide, avoid, that kind of thing. Or the other option is, yep, I guess I do have this. And it's accepting yourself. It's called self-esteem. It's called self-awareness. It's called self-acceptance. It's called self-mastery, if you will. It's being able to understand and accept your own self, what's going on inside of you. And then, of course, step 3 is, what am I going to do about it? What am I going to do? What am I going to do, if anything? And often nothing is a good idea. So what are you going to do about that? So it all starts with, this is used, it's called a feelings check-in. Super simple. Remember the 3 steps are awareness, acceptance, and action. This does step 1 and 2 at the same time. Awareness, hopefully. And so what are you feeling right now? What are you feeling right now? Just become aware. A lot of teachers are using this. What are you feeling? What are you feeling right now? They go around the room and say, what are you feeling right now? And it just starts, that starts the awareness and the acceptance at the same time. Only takes a couple minutes. It's free again, and it's so educational. So educational. So here's some words that help. This is from 6seconds.org. They have some great stuff on the different emotions. And this feeling wheel, it's Plutchik's wheel of emotions. And they've got this cool app that you can do to work with your emotions and which ones are opposite and which ones help each other, kind of stuff. It's really neat. You might try it on, again, 6seconds, SECONDS.org. Some of the kids use this, or the teachers put this up on the board and go, so what are you feeling, right? What are you feeling right now? And it's, what are you feeling? Not how are you feeling? What are you feeling? Because if you say, how are you feeling? A lot of times people say what they're physically feeling, not what they're emotionally feeling. And there's a big difference there. So, so balance is the key. Balance, you got to do both. So when we're dealing with our emotions, this is a quiz that I have. We did this last time, but I'm not going to go through it. I don't have time to go through it right now, but it's basically checking out with yourself. How aware are you? How aware are you of your emotions? How aware are you? 1 through 5. How well do you accept your feelings? How well do you accept your feelings? How well can you identify your feelings? That's different. What is that? What is that called? Right back to those charts I was just showed you. What is that called? What is that thing that I'm feeling? What is that? Then can I express it? Do I need to express it? Should I express it? How do I express it? How? And this is a cool part of our personality, something that we get to work with the rest of our life is expression. How do we, and how do we, right? It's up to us. That's totally unique for you. And it's pretty cool, right? It's helpful. Then once you express it, let it go. Let it go. You can release negative feelings. We can let them go. Sometimes it requires expression. Sometimes we just got to cry. Sometimes we just got to scream. Sometimes we just expression somehow. And then you release it. Then you let it go. Then you let it happen and let it go. I got a hashtag for that. What is it? Let it flow, then let it go. The other one is get in, get it out, and get on, right? Release. You don't have to carry negative emotions around in your body. Your body will thank you for it afterward. So let yourself cry sometimes. It's a big deal. It's a very big deal. It's one of the most wonderful, loving, giving things you can do for yourself is to let yourself cry sometimes. It's a big deal. That's your body's number one way of releasing pain and emotion. Negative emotion is to cry, and that's a good thing. If you and if you're not crying, that's because you are not allowing you have not given yourself permission to feel. You have not given yourself. It's not about anybody else. This is between you and you. So give yourself permission to feel and release your feelings, your negative feelings. Then this is really cool because most people don't know about this one. Then once you do release them, there's a space. There's kind of once you're like, you get some relief, you get, right. And there's room in there. Then what you do is then consciously, again, this is positive mental health, consciously replace that space where the negative was with positive, with color, with a sound, if you will, with whatever something nice, a picture you have in your mind, like, oh yeah, that's what I want in there, right? Somebody that you love or something that you love, right? You might want to replace it with love, and you fill yourself up consciously. That space that was taken by the negative becomes open, and you can replace it with positives, and then you feel better, kind of sometimes permanently. It's a beautiful thing. So consider that most people don't think of that, is that once you let go of your negatives, that you can let go of your negatives, then once you do let go, there's a space and you can replace them with positives. Pretty cool, right? And then rejoice is just about more positive, conscious positive, but it's confirming and affirming yourself that you did it, that you can do it, and that you did do it, and that you're wonderful, and you're happy, and you're good, and you're awesome. So there's a whole bunch of words in English about feelings. The big three positives are joy, peace, and love. Those are where we're going with it. These are what we replace them with. They're different. They need to be handled differently, but those are the big three. This is my opinion, or my whatever research, or it's not my research, just it is, I guess. I've been working on this for a long time, and so I think those are the big three positive. I think these are the big three negatives: fear, anger, and sadness. Next is depression, guilt, shame, blah blah blah, all the yucky stuff. But if you can handle, like I said, if you can handle the big three, you can handle almost anything that life throws at you. That is a cool feeling. For me, that was awesome. It is still an awesome feeling. So go with that. These some things I added for this was about, we're talking about CBT. I mentioned earlier, cognitive behavioral therapy. We're adding the A to it because affective is your feelings, and so it's cognitive, affective, behavioral: thoughts, feelings, actions. Thoughts, feelings, body, head, heart, mind, right? Another way to put it, or left brain, right brain, body, if you like, whatever. But the point is, the A needs to be added to it. It's not just cognitive, it's also affective. It's also our feelings that matter a lot. This is REBT is rational, emotive, think about it. Rational is cognitive, emotive is emotion. So it's just another way of saying basically the same thing. RE is the same as CA, rational left, emotional right, behavioral body, right? Same thing. This is Albert Ellis's great stuff, fantastic stuff, super simple, easy to understand. Make it happen. Learn about it. It's really wonderful stuff. I got a little bit more on that in a minute. Gestalt is also a wonderful thing. That's about finishing what you need to finish. So a lot of times in our life, we especially in our childhood, stuff got started and it never got finished. And it need you psychologically or emotionally. Somebody told you bad things, or some bad thing happened to you, and it gets stuck in your body. That's not finished. That's not finished. You need to finish it, or I suggest, or that's what this is about. Is finish it. Let it go. You don't have to carry that around. Most of the time it had nothing to do with you, and so you don't have to carry it with you. So you can let it go and then be done with it, and that's finishing it. Gestalt. So both of them start with C, with thoughts, right? The C is cognitive, the R is rational. They start with our thoughts, and the way we function, our feelings are based on our thoughts. So if you don't like what you're thinking, or if you don't like what you're feeling, go back to your thoughts, look behind that and say, what thought did I have right before I felt that? That's the problem. Probably. The greatest discovery of our generation, that human beings can alter their lives by altering their attitudes of mind, meaning what you think. As you think, so shall you be. That's a big deal. So work on your thoughts. CBT model is that stuff happens, and we, like I said earlier, we put a meaning on it. We decide what that means to us, because they're just doing what they're doing. They're doing what they're doing. Things are happening. People are talking. People are doing. The government's doing what they're doing. Your teacher's doing what they're doing. Your spouse is doing what they're doing, right? Words happen. Events happen. It's just happening. But we then put a meaning. What does that mean to me? And what does that mean about me? And what do I believe about that? And what expectations am I now creating because of that, right? I'm doing all that. I'm doing all of that. That's a beautiful thing, that knowing that I am there. But it's also super important that we know how to function it, so that we can adjust them, so we can adjust what's happening. So we then put a meaning on it. Then we have feelings based on those meanings, and then we act based on our thoughts and our feelings, right? This isn't rocket science. This is pretty simple, but it's super powerful to know how things work, how we function. And so I've got a worksheet on that. Oh, here it is, right next one. Okay, I made a worksheet on this because it's so powerful, and to be able to process yourself. We call it processing. So event, this worksheet is what happened to you, and this is a fact. This is something in your past. It happened. What happened, or what's happening, if you like. What's happening? Okay, that's probably outside of you, but it's what's happening in reality. Then what did you decide about that? What did it mean to you and about you? And you generalize it sometimes and go, well, I am this way, and that means this about me. If I was abused, or somebody beat me as a kid, and I go, wow, that must mean that I'm no good. That must mean that I'm a bad person. That kind of thing. Life is scary. The world is out of control and out of my power. We put some meanings on stuff, and then that makes us feel awful, feel sad and afraid and angry, and it's all these feelings come up based on what we decided, and then we act based on our thoughts and our feelings. Okay, so that's the top part. The bottom part is you can rework it, and you go, okay, the same thing happened. The event is the same on the top or the bottom. This event is the same, but I can change, I can adjust, I can spin the meaning. What does that mean? If somebody was beating on me and I had decided that meant that I was a bad person, I could go, you know what? It had nothing to do with me. That's their problem. They were beating on somebody. They're beating on not just me, on other people too. And it doesn't have anything to do with me. It doesn't mean that I was a problem. It means that it means they're goofy. They're whatever. It doesn't mean that. So I could change it. I am okay. I am lovable. I'm all right. And then I'm going to have better feelings, right? And then I'm going to have better behavior. So I'll provide this PowerPoint to Dr. Ravindra afterward. You're welcome to use this worksheet. This worksheet, if done well, can be such a huge life changer. Such a huge life changer. Take some of the subjects, some of the things that happened to you as a child, and do something different about it. All right, do something different with it. Again, CBT from Dr. Myron Doc Downing is my main mentor. Came up with this. He's talking about how the feelings matter in our thoughts, feelings, behaviors. Feelings matter, and this is Albert Ellis's. He calls it an activating event. This is the event that I just talked about, an activating event. Something happened. What do we believe, rational or irrational, about the event? What happened? And what are we going to do about it? What are we going to do with it? And what are we going to do about it? That's just ABC. That's basically how it works. Super simple, super powerful too. So this is REBT. A little bit more. I think I'm running out of time, so I'm going to skip some of this. But positive mental health is the strategies to live purposefully, to do the spin it to win it thing, to get good at our negatives so that we can learn more about our positives. Okay, it's the awareness, acceptance, action. We do okay. So what it is about choosing not to allow another person or event to control our emotions. People affect our emotions. People have influence on our emotions, but they don't control them. We do. And so that's where we get inner peace. This is a picture of this guy. I like his face. He looks peaceful to me, and it just always makes me happy when seeing his face. That's like, he's just like, cool, calm and loving. So check out your inner peace. How inner peaceful do you feel right now? 1 through 5, right this minute. How peaceful do you feel inside of you? And how peaceful do you feel like in the last couple of days, today and the last couple of days? How do you feel in general most of the time? How peaceful do you feel? It's pretty cool. Most people don't think about their level of inner peace. It's a good indicator of where you're at and what's happening with you. And so I suggest you pay a little more attention to that. What we're looking for is trying to get some inner peace inside of us. Then we can create interpersonal peace between us. And then we can create interpersonal peace being me and you, 2 people at a time. So inner peace is 1, interpersonal peace is me and you, couples, 1 other person that you're having a conversation with most of the time, right? 2 people. And then social peace is 3 or more, a team, a group, a committee, your class, your 1, then it goes to 2, then it goes to 3 or more. And then eventually, hopefully, maybe someday, if enough of us know how to do peace, then maybe we can get big peace. Again, positive mental health is about learning how to deal with our negatives so that we can have more positives. It's about being our best. I don't care if I'm better than you at it. I want to be better than me at it. I want to be better every day at it. I want to be better than me at it. And so if I can handle my worst, then I can handle my best too. I can create my best inside of me. I mentioned this earlier about what do we do about a problem versus what do we do with a problem. Big difference. Very informative, very informational. Feel it to heal it is getting back to the negatives. Well, not getting back to negatives. We can getting back to the positives. What I mean by that is that most kids are born pretty calm and pretty happy and pretty loving. Babies are born with fine. They got high emotional intelligence. When they feel something, they feel it. Then they let it go. There's not a bunch of residual stuff. They don't get resentment and get pissy and get, and all that. They just let it go. Once they get their needs met, they let it go and go back to their natural state, which is peaceful and calm and loving and happy, right? That's our natural state. What happens is as we go through time, it gets packed on top of us and we get all these negatives built up and then it gets yucky. So if we can release the negatives, then we get back to our natural state, which is positive and calm and loving. That's what, like meditation and yoga and stuff, we're trying to get back to our core, which is fine, which is good, right? By letting go of yucky stuff. Doc says negative emotions expressed as intensely as they are felt in the body will reduce in intensity and are free to change. And you go back to your natural state of being calm and happy. All right. Be intentional, not intuitive. What that means is take consciously do this stuff. Consciously do it on purpose. Don't assume people know what you're doing. Don't assume that that if you're trying to be closer, or you're trying to be loving, or if you're trying to be happy, or you're trying to that sort of thing, that people are going to read your mind and be able to tell that. You tell them about it and be intentional with yourself and others, rather than intuitive, meaning they're going to guess. That they're going to guess how this all works. So safety, big part of this whole thing. Safety, and that starts with you. That starts with you being safe with you. Like I said earlier, give yourself permission to feel. Permission. We don't give ourselves permission to feel, and so we then don't. Name it to tame it is about identifying what you're feeling. Spin it to win it is adjusting them. Feel it to heal it is feeling stuff and letting it go. Right. So both sides, we're using both sides of our brain, and we are letting things go. So this is one of my main things is about stopping generational trauma. A lot of times people are upset, or our parents maybe loving, maybe not so loving. They tried maybe, but they treated sometimes really badly, and we need to not pass that on. We need to change that. So, and I would like for you to teach one, share what you learn about emotions with other people, because they don't know. They do not know. So feelings matter more than we ever imagined. Please give yourself permission to feel. That is, by the way, the name of a book, a fantastic book by Dr. Mark Brackett from the Yale Center for Emotional Intelligence. That's the name of the book, Permission to Feel. Wonderful, excellent book. Highly recommend it. Make it happen, or read it, or more importantly, do it. Give yourself permission to feel, whether you read it or not. Take responsibility always for your thoughts and your feelings. And when you can choose, which you can most of the time, choose love. So there we go. I know I went over a couple minutes. I apologize, Dr. Ravindra. I know you got your hand up, so I assume you're saying, shut up. It's time to be quiet. So I will do that. Any questions or comments, concerns, complaints?
Thank you, Matt. You are a live example of how resilient you are and how strong you are. That's why I always, want you to be part of the training program, because we have people who doesn't go through in their personal life. You have been struggling with cancer, and you are training so many people on emotional intelligence and global peace and positive mental health. It takes a lot to speak about that while going through and overcoming it and fighting, forth, back. Both are struggling each other, and the wonderful way you are tackling it, right? It's a great inspiration for everyone. That's why we always love to have you on this platform. Thank you very much for joining us. It was really a great presentation.
Thank you. That's nice validation. I appreciate that, Dr. Ravindra. I'm trying to do it the best I can. I don't have anything better to do than doing life. So thanks.
So
Hi, Mary.
quickly can share.
Good evening, sir. I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and the Holistic Health Foundation for giving me this opportunity to share my opinion. Matt sir, you are really done inspirational talk today. Usually you spoke about all the theory part and all. Today you spoke from the heart, sir. From your heart you spoke the topic. So really it impacted me a lot, and you're really been an inspiration for me, sir. So God bless you, and take care of your health also. I pray for your good health and well-being. God bless you, sir, once again.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary. I appreciate that. You've always been super supportive. I love that. Thank you. I'm trying to do what I can about my problems and with my problems, both. I think it takes both. So I'm working on it. Okay, cool. Anything else or?
Thank you, Matt, for
Anybody
joining
else?
us, and we wish you all the success, and our blessings, prayers, wishes are always with you, and you will keep coming back again and again on platform. I am sure you will be fit, healthy, and rocking as usual you are. Keep motivating more and more. God bless you, and stay healthy, and we are there. Our prayers are always there with you. Thank you very much. We wish you all the success. Look forward for more sessions even in future. Thank you, man.
Right.
Have a great day.
Bye. Take care. Yep. Appreciate it. Oh, in a minute. Go ahead. You can keep going. I'll put in the chat the link to the PowerPoint if anybody wants it. So thanks, Car. I saw your note. Okay, go ahead. I'll be quiet.
So thank you, everyone. And our beloved friend, how much personally he's also going through, but he's a great trainer. He has been training people across the world, and he has been very active in promoting global peace, sustainable development on this platform, wherever, whenever we can. So thank you once again, Matt, for joining us. And today, we have with us Dr. Mukul Pal Chowdhury. He's a mechanical engineer and instructional designer, and has a doctoral degree in psychology from Savitribai Phule Pune University. And his study in the PhD was effects of mental imaginary or driving skill enhancement from novice drivers. And he has vast experience, almost over 3 decades of corporate working experience. He's presently heading the training academy in a leading multinational car manufacturing group in a position of general manager. He is also a meditational student and also a guru now since almost he's practicing since 32 years, practicing Rajyoga meditation with Brahma Kumaris. And his mission is to assist people in personal engineering and connected themselves with the Supreme Almighty. His passion is to develop learning games and experiment with yogic meditation. And he has been very successful in conducting various training sessions all over India, both in government and private organizations, educational institutions, defense organizations, hospitals for professionals, youth, women, and children, and like various organizations like Indian Army, NDRF, Police, Central Institute of Road Transport, Indian Railways, Aditya Birla Hospital, and MIT Officers Training Academy, Rajasthan. These are just a few of the list to mention. And he is actively associated with the research wing of Raj Yoga meditation for wellness and performance enhancement. And some of his meditation researches were jointly done with organizations like the DRDO Labs, DIPR, DIPAS, and INMAS Delhi. We welcome you, sir, on this platform, on this occasion of International Psychology Day at UN and American Psychological Association Week 2023. And we welcome you on this occasion and to deliver your talk on enhancing performance through mental imagery for skill enhancement and wellness. Over to you, sir, for your session.
Thank you, Dr. Ravindra, for the detailed introduction, and it's my pleasure to be, a part of this noble initiative on the week of this commemoration of the Psychology Week. I just wanted to check up if my voice is clear.
Yes, sir, it's clear, and
I will put up the presentation. Just a moment.
Yes.
Yes.
It's
So,
very
it's visible now, right?
Please continue.
So, good evening to all of you, and maybe some of our friends are viewing from different locations of the world. So it may be a little odd time for some of you, maybe afternoon, morning, or late evening. So this is the topic which I would be presenting: mental imagery for skill enhancement and wellness. And just to show you the flow, the sequence, I thought that it would be apt to have these three sub pointers to present today. The first part that I would present is the study of mental imagery on skill enhancement. This was my PhD research thesis. So I will first refer to those, some of these aspects. Then in the process of research, while as we prepare the chapter 2 of our research paper, we go through a lot of works which has already been done, and therefore there is a phenomenal work which has come out in the area of applying mental imagery for different types of enhancement, even alleviating pain or skill enhancement, mood alteration, and so hence and so forth. So I would like to refer a few of those very apt examples which could overall improve our wellness and quality of life. And the last one slide, I would like to talk on how these could be used, or in future areas we could take up researches which are related to personal re-engineering, using those mental imageries and adding up the element of meditation into that aspect. So let me start with the first point. As you can see, this is the exact research topic, wherein I just took up, because skill can't be generalized, it has to be in a specific area. So gross motor skill was the area, and in gross motor skill, I decided to take up driving skills. For those learners who go to a driving school without any prior driving experience, and they want to learn driving. So these are novice drivers, basically of the age of between 18 to 50 years. And they have visited the driving school to learn four-wheeler driving. Four-wheeler driving means a car driving, basically, and to obtain a license in the Republic of India. So this is the target audience, and this is an between group experimental study design, and the independent variable is, of course, imagery practice, mental imagery practice, and the driving skill is the dependent variable. We will see how we define mental imagery and how we have captured the driving skills. This background came up because India had the highest number of road accidents, even today also. Globally, out of the 100% road accidents that happen every year, India contributes more than, this is the little 2-year-old data. Now India contributes around 13% of the global road accidents that happen. And the deaths that occur is it is 1.46 lakhs, which means 0.14 million number is the death, which is very, very high. India has the highest contribution, unfortunately, in road accidents. And basis the government data, the Ministry of Road Transport data of India, the attribution for the cause of the accident, the single biggest attribution that we could see is 77% related to the fault of the driver. When I use the word driver, even for two-wheelers, basically the person who is driving the two-wheeler, or a commercial vehicle driver, or a personal car driver, it is the fault of driver. Here there is a line of hope, because other faults like road engineering related, weather related, calamity related, or the machine not working, the vehicle having some defects, those faults are less. And since we as human beings have a big capacity to transform ourselves, so this is a positive aspect where certain interventions we can expect that it can bring in change, and it can reduce by changing the behavior and the attitude of how we decide to drive or how we share the common space on road. So having said that, just wanted to just define mental imagery for some of us so that we are on the same page. So, mental imagery, what we are defining here is you can in common in the Indian continent, subcontinent, the word visualization is also used commonly. So it is a symbolic mental rehearsal of physical activity. Both it could be visual, that is static visual image, mental image, or it could be dynamic, kinesthetic. And it could also be in the past, which means I'm replaying incident in my mind, or it could be present, or it could be forecasting for future, wherein I'm visualizing something happening in the future. It could be in all the three tenses. It could also be performed on a first person, that is, I seeing myself doing it, or visualizing it as an observer, as an sakshi drashta, which means as an observer, bystander, and even visualizing myself performing or somebody else performing as an observer. And it could engage all the five senses, or it may engage some of these senses. So this is basically the definition of mental imagery that has been considered. Now, in this context, the objective of this study was to see the effect of mental imagery practice on the effect of driving skills, and also study what should be the intensity of mental imagery practice that significantly impacts the performance of driving skills. And along with that, certain more aspects, like, because we were doing the driving skills assessment, and there were other variables like age, gender, intelligence, educational qualification, etc. So those were also captured. But primarily, the objective of the study was to see the correlation of mental imagery on driving skills, keeping all other aspects constant. So towards that, this is the study design, wherein there were three groups that were created. There were two experimental groups which had interventions, and there was a control group where there was no intervention in terms of mental imagery. So all these group of people, this 109 participants who completed the entire experimental study, they had joined a driving school for learning, and these 109 participants were randomly distributed into experimental group 1, experimental group A, B, or control group 3. The treatment of the three groups are a bit different, which has been shown here. Now, typically, the experimental group had an intervention of mental imagery practice other than their routine driving learning protocol, which is a part of the driving school curriculum. We did not, as a part of our experiment, we did not have any influence, or we did not change anything on the curriculum that were taught to them or the number of lessons that they underwent. So it was a typical 26 a month's lesson which they undergo in the driving school, and the trainer, the car, the learning methodology are very similar for all the three groups. The intervention is different only in terms of mental imagery practice that were given to group A and group B, wherein in group C, there were no mental imagery practice that were provided. And these groups did not know about what the other people are doing. The difference between group A and group B in terms of mental imagery was that the duration of mental imagery, or rather you can say the intensity of practice in terms of duration, was almost double in case of Group A. Group B was half that of Group A, and Group C did not practice. At the starting, there were few psychometric tests that were, administered with all the participants in terms of intelligence, achievement, motivation, anxiety, and also spatial ability. And once they completed their learning and this mental imagery practice, and they were appearing for the final test, so there was a skill assessment that was done, which we are calling here as driving skill test protocol. We will detail this further in the subsequent slides. So this was the design, and our hypothesis was experimental group A would outperform the other two groups. So this is the obvious hypothesis, or mental imagery has a positive correlation. So it was a directional hypothesis that it has a positive correlation with driving skill performance. The sample size had almost equal number of males and females, a little bit females more. And as I mentioned, the age group was 18 to 50 years. 18 years is the licensing age for the country of India. Educational qualification on an average were 15 years of academics that most of them have done. And this was conducted in the city of Pune in a reputed driving institute. So other than this, some of the tools that we have used is, as I mentioned, the practice of mental imagery, which is a form of meditation which we did. So this had two variants. As I mentioned, for experimental group A, it was for 36 minutes. And experimental B, group B had half a duration of practice of that. We had the assessment done through a test protocol, which is similar to the driving test that happens in US, United Kingdom, and Australia market. And we have also taken the reference for the current test structures of the Indian Central Motor Vehicle Rule. So these 4 countries' test protocols were referred, and a particular test was devised in India, because currently the way of assessment that happens for driving skill in India is not very scientific, and because of the number of participants being so high, the RTO establishments are not able to rigorously conduct the test. So therefore, we had created this individual test with inter-rater reliability of 0.77. And also, as I mentioned, there were few psychometric aspects that we also captured, and just to check whether intelligence has a correlation to driving, whether anxiety has a negative correlation with driving, whether achievement motivation has a positive correlation, and whether spatial ability has direct correlation, particularly on few maneuvers, like particularly turning and overtaking, where the positioning of the car is important. So the mental imagery, the meditation practice that was introduced to the learners were 2 different protocols. The shorter one was of 18 minutes. And this 18 minutes mental imagery protocol had to be practiced once in a day at any time of the day. But this had to be practiced, an audio was provided to maintain the standardization. The participant would practice this 18 minutes of mental imagery with eyes closed in seated position. And typically the breakup was 6 minutes of progressive relaxation practice. That is the progressive muscular relaxation of Jacobson. And also restricting the awareness, followed by the mental imagery practice of 8 minutes related to 4 specific driving maneuvers. So these 4 specific driving maneuvers were visualized, mentally imagined, and rehearsed at least 3 times in these 8 minutes, followed by a post-imagery suggestion to affirm that, and subsequently concluding the mental imagery with affirmations of wellness, confidence, and that I am feeling good. This sort of affirmations were used. So this protocol were also checked with, because this type of protocol did not exist and it was created. This mental imagery practice tool was created, and so we had referred 24 subject matter experts who are related to skill development, driving, as well as related to imagery practice. And as you can see, the CVR, the content validity ratio, is quite good in this. So this practice was introduced. Now, you may like to little bit visualize about how the skill assessment was done. So the skill assessment was done through 2 neutral observers who are expert in driving skill assessment. And both these raters would individually rate, and the average score of both the raters would be taken up. And these raters were trained, and they are highly skilled in their profession. And these are the 8 driving tests that were offered to the participants, which they had to perform in a particular sequence. Each of these driving maneuvers had 20 points. So if the person performed the maneuver accurately, then he gets 20 points. And accordingly, there are certain norms basis which he will get certain pro rata marks. Just to give you an example, for example, if he has to park, for example, in the second or in the first thing we see, there is a parking where the maneuvering has to be done, a parallel parking or a roadside parking which has to be performed. Now, if this is parking is performed within 3 minutes, he gets full marks. If he is not able to perform within 3 minutes, then he gets 0 marks. If he is able to perform within 3 minutes, but his engine stalls, his engine stops, then his 5 points are deducted for each time the engine stalls. So this sort of a ordinal scale was created, and basis that this assessment was done. And now coming to the data collection methodology, so the participant information, the assessments that was done, the psychometric assessment, the paper and pencil test that was done, the 4 Raven's standard progressive metrics for logical reasoning, achievement motive test, VP Varga, Beck's anxiety inventory, and spatial ability. These 4 tests were done prior to the start of their learning intervention, as soon as they enrolled for the course. Post that, the driving skill test protocol, which is an actual driving test of 160 marks, as I mentioned, with the 2 observers, those scores, raw data was also captured. And every day, their mental imagery practice was captured in the register, how many minutes they have practiced the mental imagery. So these were the input data. These raw data were processed through SPSS 26.0 version. Because these were non-parametric data, primarily because of 2 reasons. One is because of the data nature, and second thing is the scale of the scoring that was used for assessment of the driving test. It was an ordinal scale, and as a result, so we used the non-parametric statistical analysis, Spearman, Rowe, Kruskal, Varis, Mann-Whitney, and we also did certain analysis with EFE, factor analysis. So the results, to summarize, if you can see here, our expectation, the first hypothesis of that mental imagery has a positive association with driving skills. That shows a positive correlation, a strong positive correlation was observed I'm not showing the detailed scores, but if anybody is interested, I can definitely share the entire study results, the statistical analysis and the statistical results can always be shared. The second case about that group A would outperform the other two groups. It was noticed that yes, there is the other two groups, there is a positive correlation. Only in one condition, it was not showing, the hypothesis was not correct. Surprisingly, age, there was no association between age and driving skills that we noticed between the age of 18 and 50. Had probably this age, I have seen other studies where with increase of age beyond 70 years, and there is a deterioration of driving skills at times noticed by some of the previous researchers. But because the age group was between 18 to 50, there was no association noticed. Males score higher than females in driving. This was noticed, particularly for a couple of maneuvers where the spatial ability was a concern. Anxiety and driving are inversely associated, partially true, but what we saw is that those who were really anxious, who had a BEX and the anxiety inventory of highly anxious, these participants could not even complete their learning program, and in spite of filling up their fees, they decided to drop out of the program, unfortunately. So anxiety really is detrimental not only for driving, but then they could not complete they're not able to focus on what they're doing. Intelligence is associated with driving skills, yes, only in case of a couple of maneuvers. Otherwise, driving seems to be a completely autonomic process for the brain, where the maneuvers are very slow and the person has to think and do, particularly for certain parking maneuvers, where you need to think whether this slot is adequate enough to insert my car. In those cases, the people with higher intelligence scores, higher logical reasoning scores perform better, but otherwise we could not find any difference in that. Achievement motivation surprisingly did not show any positive association. This was to our surprise, but I would say that probably the tool that was selected in this research was not appropriate, because the tool that was selected was achievement motive test of Bhargava, and this age group is of 21 years, the norm group. But then our participant were 18 to 50 years, so probably some other tool should have been used. So this is a lacuna from the experimental side. Spatial ability showed a positive correlation very clearly, and the tasks which are there in the driving skill test protocol showed that it belongs to two distinct factors, two group of driving skills were there. But in general, the first one, if we see that mental imagery has a positive association with driving skill, this is something which was the core of the experiment that we were trying to find out. And this also, aligns or echoes with the earlier findings that has been done in the area of sports, in the area of performance arts. So this was the first part of my presentation, which I spoke about effect of mental imagery using meditation practice for learners. And these learners were from all religious background. And this meditation, which was introduced, is a culture fair meditation, just focusing on skill enhancement mental imagery practice. Using, of course, the the framework of meditation, which consists of inducing into a state of awareness, and then focusing on the actual mental task, giving a post-meditative suggestion of affirmation, and then completion of the meditation and returning back to a normal state of awareness. So these 4 steps of a typical meditation, the typical Indian meditation was followed, but without any form of spiritual beliefs into this meditation. So it was culture fair meditation, and we had participants from 5 different religions participating in this study. Now I come to the second part of mental imagery. So during the study, when I was finding out the type of different researches, studies that has happened related to mental imagery, related to meditation, related to skill enhancement using mental imagery, there were several more than 200 interesting literatures, interesting studies that I could go through. I would like to mention one which may be very pertinent here. This is a study done by Martin, Morris and Hall. So Martin, Morris and Hall are the researchers related to sports, and they have done several studies, and this is one of the studies where they have structured that imagery practice, whatever we do, can be classified into 5 different types of imagery. And this sounds quite interesting. And they said that all these types are basically orthogonal in nature. They are not similar. Each type of mental imagery practice has a different effect on the individual. So therefore, the practitioner or the performer or the learner, depending on what he or she is looking forward for, needs to incorporate that particular type of mental imagery into the imagery practice protocol to get the optimal result. And so this team, these experimenters or researchers categorize these 5 imageries. The first one is cognitive specific imagery. This imagery is excellent to increase skills, and this imagery has to be mentally rehearsed in a repetitive manner. For example, I am shooting an arrow using a bow, and I'm targeting a bullseye, so as a target. So this practice of putting the arrow in the bow and shooting, or maybe a particular movement of a dance or any other performing art, to perfect that, the practitioner needs to repeatedly visualize this. The more number of repetitions with a positive emotion added to that, and using all 5 senses with an immersive experience, the more number of times the person can repeat it with focused attention, and probably with a 1:1 ratio of actual doing time, which means suppose I'm practicing a sprint of 100 meters. The time that I would clock for doing the sprint for 100 meters, if I'm visualizing it using this cognitive specific mental imagery, the best optimal results would be if I could do it in the same scale of time rather than increasing or decreasing the practice. So if I take 10 seconds, I should visualize it over a 10-second period of mental imagery. So this is cognitive specific. Then we have cognitive general, wherein this is used effectively to design a strategy of how it is to be done and what could be the challenges that would come when I execute my performance and how to overcome those challenges. So when an expert, when a performer prior to the performance can visualize, it is more of a wargaming strategy that you do, that how I play the football, what are the movements which could be possible, how the opponent will try to defend me, and how I as a striker or as a center forward need to move ahead or pass the ball. So this is a strategizing which can be done effectively using mental imagery and meditation in a meditative state. can further turbocharge it. The third type of mental imagery which these experts classified is motivational general mastery. This is about, overcoming a difficult situation and coping a difficult situation. So practicing or overcoming mastery of a difficult situation and experiencing that I am winning now. So that winning spirit, overcoming a challenging situation and tasting the success. This is the practice of mental imagery which is there in motivational general mastery. Motivational general arousal is to alleviate the stress level, the anxiety level, the fear of failure that might happen in term while performing a task or under pressure or while performing in a competitive environment. So this is primarily to control my mood, to control my anxiety level. This is something which will help. And motivational specific is goal-oriented behavior. I want to do this, and this is how I intend to achieve this. And this has certain specific affirmations. Out of this, these researchers found out that there were 3 which are shown in the green dots: that cognitive specific, motivational general mastery, and motivational general arousal. These are the 3 out of these 5 different categories which are highly successful and effective when a person performs this mentally, and the results are more efficient or effective as compared to cognitive general or motivational specific. So in fact, I had incorporated all these 3 imageries into my mental imagery practice for the driving skill learners. But here I would like to mention that having understood this, if these studies are incorporated into certain skill enhancement programs, because today in India also sports training or skill development trainings are often incorporating mental imagery visualizations. However, this visualization is done in the form of just visualizing a task, but number of repetitions that a person has to do, the optimal threshold of duration and number of repetitions mentally that has to be done, these are not very optimally specified to the coaches, because unless these mental imageries are clearly understood by the coach and also by the practitioner, it is difficult to implement such practices. More so, now I would like to talk about how this could be used in enhancing the quality of life in individuals. It is not only for sports persons or for performing art or for industry where certain production like work studies or mistakes that happen or injuries, minimizing injuries in production line where a repetitive nature of job have to be performed. It is not only for industry, performing art or sports, but this could be used in modifying our behaviors, modifying our belief systems, working on ourselves for certain habit transformations, and also improving our overall quality of life. Just imagine that if I want to inculcate a particular habit, then typically what we need to do is, first of all is mentally rehearse that particular behavior. Also rehearse that behavior against certain resistance that others may not be cooperating, but in spite of the difficult adverse situation, I am able to maintain my motivation. I am able to respond assertively to the situation. I am able to appropriately articulate my behavior. Now, this type of situation could be visualized by the individual. And also with that, the individual could, so this visualization is nothing but motivational general mastery that we spoke about. And he could also add up motivational general arousal type of mental imagery where he's calm and composed, he's poised, he is mature to face that situation. And the repetitions that he does every time is nothing but cognitive specific type of visualization. Now, a right proportion, a right blend of this mental imagery practice would equip an individual to be more ready to implement his desired habits now into his life. And when he tries out this in the real life situation, and if there are different scenarios which come up, because he has rehearsed it mentally, he would be much more capable to face those situations confidently and with mental stability. And the success rate would be comparatively higher as compared to a person who has not mentally rehearsed, which is anyway established in the different types of studies which has happened earlier. So this was a good area which I thought that this could be used in our enhancement of quality of life. And I would like to show the last section on the last slide rather of using mental imagery in personal reengineering, that is a personal well-being. Typically, see, I'm associated with the, means I'm working in the corporate, and what we find is that corporate sees overall performance in 4 different buckets. And those 4 different, which means an individual working in the corporate environment are being evaluated. The potentials are being broadly classified in 4 areas. And those 4 areas are result orientation, whether an individual is result oriented, whether he's a go-getter, whether he can accomplish the targets which are issued by the organization to that individual or to that department. So one is result orientation. The second aspect is people orientation, whether the individual is a team player, whether he is able to articulate his thoughts, ideas, get along with the people, collaborate with the people, synergize with other departments, because today no work can be done individually. Our lives have become so complex that there are a lot of interdependency which are needed, and which is good, and therefore collaboration is the mantra. And this is absolutely a must requirement. So this is the second part, the team or people behavior. The third part is about how well oriented I am towards looking at the situation from a new perspective, which means my creativity, my innovation, my design thinking, my ability to bring in new ideas to solve the problem. So problem solving orientation, if we say that way, or maybe ideation or innovativeness is something which the industry or corporates look at. And the fourth aspect is how well I am able to identify my strengths, my weaknesses, what is my strength in terms of self-reflection, how strong am I self-reflection, because today the way feedbacks are received are very subtle, and these feedbacks have to be understood quickly. So how receptive I am towards feedback, how receptive I am towards my self-reflection, and not only just reflecting what's happening and where I should steer a bit, but also bringing in that change. So one is self-reflection, knowing what is right, what is not so good, what is good, and where I should steer towards, but at the same time actually implementing or steering it in my life. So these are the aspects which today are required, be it in corporate and be it in the private life scenario or in a social scenario. So therefore, I had positioned these few elements, aspects, for example, problem solving, skill mastery, behavior modification, habit modification. In fact, this is very important. And people skills, as I mentioned, working in group, synergizing, ability to live together in a bigger group, getting along well with people, then relationship. Here the relationship, what I intend to say is often we as human beings have experienced deep love, deep affection, and sometimes we miss experiencing those. It could be affection from a near and dear ones. It could be missing because of distance. It could be missing because somebody has passed away, somebody has died, or it could be missing because it never happened that way. So it could be relationship in terms of close relationship in terms of parents and son, in terms of siblings, brothers and sister. It could be spouse. It could be couples, so hence and so forth. Now, in case an individual is not able to experience that particular relation which he or she intends to experience in an optimal manner, there would be some form of dissatisfaction in life. In Indian language, in Hindi, it is called as asantosh, atripti in life. So discontentment rather, because satisfaction in English means different from santosh in Hindi. So I would prefer to use the word discontentment. Now, this could be surrogated by certain experiences which could be evolved in the Indian meditation. And this could be appropriately surrogated in a very healthy manner, wherein that confidence, therein the feeling of affection, and therefore the positive attitude towards life could be significantly revived, and the person could again restore his or her life in spite overcoming this crisis situation in a much shorter cycle time. So I would say the revival from a trauma, from a crisis, a mental crisis, mental trauma will be much faster if mental imagery and Indian meditation practices are being adopted to experience deep relations, which are very common in the Indian yogic practices and known to the Indian audience who have some orientation towards the Indian meditation. So all of these are certain competencies which could be easily developed using mental imagery, and we could work towards, with this all this busy life and the anxiety, the stress, the changing environment, everything has become faster, and therefore it is absolutely needed to have these coping mechanisms in place, which are very low hanging fruits, easily it could be performed. And we as people from the area of psychology, I think this is the minimal thing which we should do to our fellow citizens, fellow people. And probably that is the reason why the field of positive psychology started. And looking at wellness is, I think, the new mantra for the future. Illness treatment is one part of it, but then developing the resilience. So therefore, I have placed few words which are the buzzwords today. These are the check and change, drive, enhance resilience, let go the emotions, the negative emotions, acceptance, to collaborate, to synergize, looking beyond what's happening, to set up an agile mindset. These are the buzzwords which are moving around, and to become an embodiment of that, it is very important to adopt certain form of meditation practices. And meditation practices, of course, will have some element of spiritual part of it. And there is nothing wrong to spirituality as such. Everybody has their own appetite towards spirituality, and therefore they can appropriately decide to what extent certain concepts are compatible with their own belief systems. But I think we should also challenge our own belief systems and make it a little more acceptable, a little more openness to experience the big five, and that would help us overall to benefit with such good things available to us. So this is all about my presentation, and now I would say we can have question and answer in case you have certain specific things to ask. Over to you all. Thanks for a patient listening. I will just come out of the presentation mode. Yes.
Thank you, Mukulji. It was a very nice presentation. In fact, a lot of accidents are being caused. Even we are seeing every year when we are celebrating this Road Safety Day and Road Safety Week.
Right.
And it's very pathetic, the kind of accidents happening, and families are losing their breadwinners, and it's a very horrible situation. And as you rightly pointed out, because of mistakes, as we have seen in your study, these can be avoided easily. So, what kind of suggestions, maybe if you have to conclude, or maybe if you want to share to youngsters, especially, the youth are very much carried away by these movies and media, especially, a lot of highway accidents which are caused other than these regular transport vehicles are the youth who are using these ORRs and other roads, especially for racing and other purposes.
Right.
Because of that, they are not only causing harm to themselves, but also causing harm to other vehicles passing by, and it is leading to accidents. Many times we have seen many ministers and bureaucrats, children have lost, precious young, bright youth have lost their lives. So can you reflect on this, how to avoid it?
Right, sir, thanks for this question. It is very pertinent. Being in the area of road safety research, I would suggest I have 3 thoughts in this area. The first thing is, see, the youths will have that adrenaline rush, so it has to be somewhere it should get manifested. So just imagine, we know roller coasters, we know bungee jump. These are nothing but just to release our adrenaline rush. So people with that rush, so they should have avenues to appropriately release their thrill. So if these type of setups are there wherein youths could try out certain sports wherein they are quite exhausted physically, so that would help them to reduce their speed seeking intention, because anyway they have explored that adrenaline rush through some other healthy activities. So this is one part of it. It could be certain high energy sports, or it could be certain adventure sports or something. Just to give you a perspective, in Europe, there is something which is called as, you all can do a Google, there is something called as hurricane factory. There is something where there is a tunnel, like an Indian well, where we have the water in the well. So it's literally a well, and there is a water flowing, there is a air blast flowing from bottom at 250 kilometers per hour. And you can just descend there and you can keep flying up and down, up and down. You can fly, you can move, you can perform different acrobatics just in an hanging, floating condition. Now, this is really thrilling and very interesting for those who are, enthusiast about a little bit more risky things, doing risky things. So there is no risk of life. At the same time, you have thrill, you have those, butterfly in your stomach coming. So this is the first step where we should have avenues for our youths to engage into healthy, high energy activities, high adrenaline rush activities, wherein they get stabilized and normalized. This is the first part. The second part is our schooling system and parents have a big role to play to develop conscientiousness, yet maintain openness to experience. The big five. So conscientiousness, if it could be developed in terms of obedience to traffic rules, and also by walking the talk, because if dad is not wearing helmet, if mom is jumping the signal while taking the child to the school in the morning, and then setting an example for the child to follow traffic rules, signals will not work. So it's a do as I do method. At the same time, establishing the consequences that could happen because of that Josh, which the child may try to experiment. So this conscientiousness can easily be developed at the childhood, which we all know, ideally from the age of 3 to 12 sometimes, and ideally between 3 to 7, and subsequently up to 12 years of age. So this is the second part. The third part is in terms of driving, the driving school has a bigger role to play, and particularly when somebody is driving, what could be the consequences if these teaching are given? Because even friendship, when people are driving with drunk condition or celebrating, it is also a role of the friends, other friends, to restore the normalcy of behavior, not to be high while performing this. So colleagues have a role, friends, peers have a role, and the parents have a role, and of course, as I mentioned, that youth should get a chance to express their energy through some positive means.
Thank you, sir. Very well addressed. Participants, if you have any queries, feel free to share. You can share your feedback, suggestions, observations. You can raise your hand, or you can unmute yourself one by one. Yeah, Shilpa, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, good evening, sir.
Good
Thank
evening.
you, Ravindra sir, for giving this opportunity. So it was an excellent study which you have done, and very detailed. And I was actually interested in knowing as to, could you just give some more information regarding what was the procedure and methodology that you followed while doing this study? And how you could manage to get hold of these subjects that you have taken for
Okay,
this.
so for procedure, as I mentioned, it is quite detailed, and maybe I can share you the details. If that is okay with you, you can put it in the chat, and I will just, or you can share your email ID to or I will share it with Dr. Ravindra, and you can have a look at that. In terms of catching the participant, it is like this, that we did not identify the participant. The participants enrolled in a naturalistic way. Like if I want to learn driving, I have visited the driving school. So whoever was enrolling in the driving school, so we just followed a methodology of anybody who is enrolling in the first week, he will go to the experimental group A. Anybody who is enrolling in the second week of the month goes to experimental group B. Anybody who is enrolling in the third week of the month goes to goes to the control group. Anybody who is enrolling in the fourth week of the month goes to experimental group A again. And that way, I would say a stratified randomization happened. So thereby, I would say not 100% randomization, but to some extent we were able to randomize this. So I did not know who will go to which group, and the group did not know that they will belong to which particular group. And they even did not know that, they thought that all are doing the same thing, but they did not know that. So that blindness was maintained. The double blind ability was maintained, wherein we did not know who will go to which group, and the intervention was then administered accordingly. Hope this answers your how the group formation was done. They were all offered as soon as they joined, the enrollment was done for their driving learning by the institute, by the driving school. There was a presentation made by the experimenter, that is me, to everybody. And whoever volunteered to join, they were enrolled by filling up a consent form, and they were given an overview of their group's activity. So they only know what they are supposed to do. And then they underwent the 4 psychometric tests, and then their protocol started. That is how it was done.
Okay, so you tapped the motor training schools and not the traffic cops, right?
No. So it was a motor training school wherein people of different age were coming to learn 4-wheeler driving, that is car driving. And they did not know driving prior to that. They are all fresh candidates.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shilpa. Anyone else would like to share? You can unmute yourself or raise your hand. Okay, there are few messages, so you can also use your chat box if you are unable to unmute yourself and speak. To prevent road accidents, what changes can be brought in policy, regulations, and also at the time of training in training schools? This is going to be.
Thank you. So first thing is, as we saw, because anything that we do from a country level activity, let us try to visualize as the PM of the country, or as the finance minister of the country, or as maybe the transport minister of a country. Anything that we want to do will have certain cost implications. And we need to deploy our money, our efforts, our finances to those elements which has the highest impact. Now, as we saw in the pie chart in my presentation, that 77% of the road accidents are happening because of fault of a human being, which is primarily a driver. So if I focus on driver training, driver attitude correction, and other aspects like, falling sleepy at night, because sometimes a lot of driving are happening at late night hours and the driver dozes off while driving. It's natural. So if these things can be avoided by creating awareness, by creating certain regulations, and just for your information, the cars which are coming in the next 4 to 5 years are highly safe. The cars, just to give you an example, because I am from the field of automobile, if a person is drunk and he sits in the driver's seat, the car will not start. The car will be able to identify whether the person who is going to drive is drunk, or there is somebody who is drunk next to that person. He will be able, the vehicle will be able to find out, and the engine will not start. You can't start the engine. The second thing is, there are cars which are coming which will talk to each other. They will communicate with each other and maintain the distance. The car ahead of you, if the driver is driving rash and coming very close to the car in front of him or her, your car will not allow you to go very close to another car. So these are the technologies which are coming. If a driver is falling asleep, the driver will be woken up by a jerk in the seat belt, and by a big shrill alarm that would be given to the driver to wake up. And there are certain lane assist which is there if because of certain dozing off, if your vehicle is losing control and you are moving out of track, the vehicle will not move out of track and it will stay in the track. So there are different artificial intelligence logics which are coming into the car. The only thing is, in India, because of the country size and because of the level of per capita income, unless all automobiles get transformed into that, we will have a mix of high-end cars, high-end vehicles with this sort of safety features, and we will also have certain old vehicles running on the road, and that would continue to be dangerous. So safety will be taken care of by technology, but then still we have to focus in our improving our behaviors in the coming 10 years, because till such time there will be old cars which will not have these technologies. So the solution is to be a good person, a good human being, as per the Indian definition.
Thank you, sir. Very well addressed. I think we need to bring policy level changes and also program level and project level, different levels. And more importantly, we need to bring, as you rightly said, change in attitude towards safety of ourselves and also the fellow drivers who are driving on the lanes.
And sir, one of the easy things are that today we don't have women drivers much. Women drivers usually today in India are only driving their own cars, own vehicles, but commercial drivers are very few women drivers. On trial basis, in some places it is there, in Gujarat, in Karnataka, in Tamil Nadu, some places those encouragement has happened, but those are on trial basis to promote women empowerment, but not as a common percentage. We can't say we have 10% or 15% of women commercial drivers. Once the number of women drivers increase, overall the quality of life of drivers would increase, because the restrooms, the discipline which our women have will be much better. And therefore, once women come on road for driving, like it is there in US or in Western countries, so automatically this will improve further.
Thanks, sir, for pointing out this. Even when we organize one program on Road Safety Day, actually this issue has also come up. And, mostly women, especially, we happen to interact. They were, more welcoming for short distances only. Because again, the women's safety is another aspect. And that too on highways going alone. Again, there is a lot of stigma and, lot of...
Absolutely. There is a lot of mindset. In fact, the household people will say, no, don't go alone. Go with somebody and all those things. So, but gradually, sir, it is changing, because the demand is such that, it may not be possible to accompany always. So things are changing a lot, sir, at least in the cities to start with.
Yes, sir. As you rightly said, now we have women cab drivers and even women, this complete transport organization, which are entirely handled by management is also by women, and also drivers are also. So maybe in coming days, as you rightly said, we'll see more and more women into this field as well.
Right.
And even as you rightly pointed out, the device, the security and safety aspects are also increasing. We are able to track each vehicle, and there are certain alarm systems within the vehicle. If a vehicle is stopped or, or there is any security threat to the driver or passengers, we have alarm systems. In some cities, we see the vehicle stops there and doesn't start and immediately alerts the nearest police station. So maybe with these safety measures, women will feel more safer and will continue to take up even in on longer journeys as well.
Right. And many of the women may love driving as a profession, driving as a passion, and they may decide to, take up driving.
Thank you, sir. There is one query by Shilpa. Sir, basically studies needed more for 2 and 3 wheelers, as majority of the time it is observed that there are the cause of accidents.
Yes, very true. And because, okay, I agree with you. And there has been enough studies in terms of road accidents, cause of road accidents. There are enough evidences and reasons and corrective measures. Okay, coming to my study, it was on basically skill. Accident is only a spin-off of the study, but the focus was on skill. So therefore, but then two-wheelers, the main reason, Shilpa, is that it's instability as compared to a four-wheeler. And because you have to put your legs down to, maintain the balance when you are in a static position. The second thing is when there is a crisis and the rider or the driver applies brakes, the wheels get blocked and there is a skidding of the wheel that happens. And therefore, the vehicle falls off, the two-wheeler falls off. And then other injuries happen. So because of the instability, that is one of the main reasons. And another is, of course, the driving discipline, which has to be created because two-wheelers tend to move in the seesaw manner just to get, headway towards their destination faster as compared to four-wheeler. Even in the signals, they will just move this way, that way. And so that is very risky. And probably creating an awareness. In fact, the best way of doing it is if somebody could sit in the co-driver's seat of a truck or a bus and travel for some time in a busy city and just observe what the two-wheeler is doing, two-wheeler or small three-wheelers are doing, then that person will get sensitized and will not repeat such mistakes or such unsafe driving maneuvers as a two-wheeler. Even we can show these videos also.
Yes, and even now there are a lot of CCTVs placed on the roads and the highways, so that will make more easier to detect as to who is the culprit, kind of.
Yes, true. And the intention is to, change the behavior, not just fine and try to not use power cohesive model alone, but to sensitize to change the behavior. So that's important. And that is the place where we have to help the government, the country, the institutions to help, because it's human behavior, it's psychology. So how we can, change the motivation of the youths to drive safely, how we can motivate the youths.
That can happen merely with awareness, sir.
Awareness and, we have to create a motivation to be safe. So for example, just imagine, so if I love someone and I want to experience my love with that individual, I would like to live longer. Second thing, if a loved one tells me, look, for my sake, just promise me that you won't drive more than 80 kilometers per hour speed. So I may be a very rash driver, but I am true to that person's love. And I commit that I will maintain that. Vachan dena jaisa in Indian language. So there are different ways. It's not just a single pronged approach. And we as psychologists should find out ways and means and help our people, to establish it. These are different folks for different strokes for different folks. Not one medicine will work for all.
Yes. So, but this particular presentation of yours have given a, it's like diverse thoughts to my mind. Like we can have a lot of awareness programs, camps, trainings.
Yes, and just to share you as a concluding note from my side is that the Brahma Kumaris has a transport and travel wing who organizes a road safety program, and there is a very effective module on road safety by name Sadak Suraksha Jeevan Raksha, This was the tagline, Sadak Suraksha, which means road safety. Jeevan Raksha means saving lives. Safe road, save lives. So that is the translation, Sadak Suraksha, Jeevan Raksha. And you can avail this training free of charge. These Brahma Kumaris, they can organize it at institutions in the form of lectures, and there are some simulations which are also there to play, to learn on a fun way. It's a 90-minute session, which could be delivered in schools, colleges, institutions, establishments, societies, anywhere.
Okay, so the respective center we have to approach, right?
Yes, yes. Ask for transport wing road safety module, so they will assist with you.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much, sir. Ravi sir, thank you for extending my query.
Thank you. I think maybe sir is also an engineer. So maybe with more under this transdisciplinary team, we can have IoT devices also, like which are connected with these vehicles and which can remind them once they cross the speed. They can also intimate their family members, or or just
very true, sir. Very true. Your near dear ones could be informed. And as I mentioned about AI, artificial intelligence is there. And these options, these features will be there. When you are traveling faster, your near ones can receive message that he is speeding up. So just give a call and maybe or counsel your loved ones. Yes. These are very much possible, but the car will take care of themselves. Now the car is being built in such a manner. Only thing, they will be a bit costly, and at entry level, we may not be able to have all our citizens with such cars. So there is a big population in India who do not have any mobility solution today, unfortunately, and there's a big way to go. So they usually upgrade with a two-wheeler, then from a two-wheeler, a smaller entry-level four-wheeler, and this is how it progresses. So a big population is there where they may not have this facility. But yes, sir, this is very valid, and the high-end cars will all have this.
Thank you, sir. With this comment, I think there is a great need for the startups to come with low-cost, innovative solutions where, in a simple way, maybe we can monitor the speed of the vehicle and just give an alert. I think such devices may not need huge investment. Or
nothing. It needs only an app, because if your mobile is there in the car, and if you allow your mobile to be tracked, then somebody else can also check what speed the mobile is traveling. Basically, what speed your car is traveling. It is very much possible, sir.
Yes, sir. So maybe these simple suggestions also can help us keep tracking the speed of the vehicles and accordingly alert the driver as well as their family members, so that they can also alert, so that they can be conscious of their driving speed, or the kind of driving they are involved. Thank you very much, sir. Really, it provoked a lot of thoughts and insights. Very thankful to you. And it is the need of the hour, because more and more accidents are happening, and road safety is very much taken well. It was very insightful session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, and wish you a very great evening ahead. And thanks for calling me into this program. And the presentation is there with you, sir. So in case if anybody is interested, so you can always share the presentation. That has the methodology and the structure which Shilpa was asking, or if somebody else needs it, you can share it, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, once again for joining. Lot of messages are there in chat box. Everyone is appreciating. Thank you very much once again for joining us, and we look forward for more sessions even in future, sir.
My pleasure, sir. Thank you. Namaste. Bye.
Namaste. So friends, quickly fill up the feedback form. Feedback form has been raised. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form. Dear friends, tomorrow is the last day for the conference, and we have seen many applications, those who have registered, but they have not shared your details. Their details. See, one thing I want to make it clear. Here, every organization has their own rules and regulations. And not every person behave or act in the same manner. I see this common excuse saying that in other organization, other conference, they don't ask this, they don't ask that. If you are presenting there, that's fine. Whatever they decide, it's their team, their organization, their committee, whatever they are deciding, you have to go with them. You are not a small child, you are not a kid, So whatever our organization says, whatever our organizing committee says, it is final. So it is only up to your choice whether you follow or you do not follow. You cannot blame anyone, you cannot point out anyone. It's your choice. If you are willing to complete all the formalities, then you can join. If you don't want to follow any of the formalities, don't join. Many people keep joining, many people also don't keep joining. There is no platform on the planet where all the 850 billions join. So it is quite common and understood. But it is, we are seeing, even when we send the mail also, they don't even read the instructions. It is clear, very much clear, when you are filling the registration form. It is very much mentioned that you have to copy this format, fill the details, attach all the details, and send it. After you submit also, there is a confirmation message, and below that confirmation message, there is also a format mentioned. In spite of that, you are not sharing details, and you are coming back saying there is no response. You need to understand you are missing one major point here, that generally conferences are planned much earlier. Generally we take, even when we plan also, here on this platform, because we have time limits and lot of programs are happening, and some events are planned even on the same day. So here it is not possible, due to limited time and resources, to inform each and everyone. As you know, people just, some people just fill for the sake of filling. They just select. Many times what happens, because we are already running shortage of time and resources, and we cannot keep calling each one of you, because it is in very short notice. Sometimes we don't even get 1 week's time also, but we need to prepare. A lot of procedures are there, a lot of formalities are there. We have to keep everything in place, and we have to organize, we have to keep inviting speakers. And not every speaker we contact will come, and not every participants we share, they register and join. It's not that we send you an email and you register and present and you register and participate. So yes, for everyone, those who know, those who are organizing, they know what are the kind of hardships it takes. So we need to understand the organizers' efforts also. So we, even if we send also reminder, they will not. Many times I have seen personally, we keep on sending the same message so that they have missed something. We have sent again the complete message. Again, they reply without even reading the message. And again, when we point out, they say, sorry, sir. But what does that sorry, sir mean? I don't understand. Already instructions are there, already provided. Again, we need to copy the same instructions and we have to put again. See, you are wasting not only your time and resources, but also others' time and resources. This is what happening. And we have all the records. After the series ends, I will put everything on website. I will, maybe I can write a book also. Common mistakes by our beloved friends. It's a good, very good title. In fact, just now struck my mind. I can write a book of my experiences on this platform. So these silly things only. And we all are highly qualified. We are highly educated, so-called. And small things we are missing out. Forget about other platforms, forget about other conferences or what. This is the organization and this is where platform we are joining, and whatever rules and regulations are there, we have to follow. Whatever instructions is there, we have to follow. So only when we are interested to follow them, so kindly follow them and complete your documentation. And also from our side, it is also, most of them are systematic because every day we have to handle volumes and we have our own set of problems. We are trying to explain again, same mistakes, many are repeating and we are also helpless. See, you can blame us, can scold us, anything happen, but the mistake lies within you only. We can't do anything. And for that, you will only pay because for no reason you are blaming others, you are criticizing others, you are scolding others. But what will happen? Nothing will happen. Only God will punish you because of no reason you are blaming others because of your mistake. We need to realize these things so that, we can conduct things very smoothly. And many times we are saying we are not able to read one form and understand what we will be able to read and understand these books and all. It conveys a lot when someone comes and asks what I need to do and why I have been not informed. Then you have not, in the very first place, not read the instructions, or you didn't understand the instructions, or you don't have any interest to follow it or complete it, then why you are troubling yourself? And again, I am telling again and again, certificate is the last thing that comes. And only if you all complete the formalities, then only system will give you. We are not giving system. We have put system in place, we'll verify and give you. Most of the times, it happens that we have to manually intervene because of lack of following the instructions. Again, every time if someone says, I have attended and so and so, we have to manually check all the details. Again, who has time? You don't have time to complete the formalities. And how we will get the time? So these all things are there. We have everything in document. Maybe definitely I will come out with a book of common mistakes made by our beloved friends. I will note down now. It just came from my, mind. It is a very good, so that everyone of us can learn and laugh at our own mistakes and how we troubled others. So that's just, on a lighter side. Okay, so do follow instructions because this is a platform created and we need details actually because we need to publish everything, all the proceedings. Generally what happens, immediately we'll publish and we'll forget about that. And no one is bothered about that. But we have to keep all these details so that because a lot of costs are involved, a lot of efforts are involved every time after each event to publish a compendium or a publication. It needs a lot of efforts. Again, huge costs are involved if it is a reputed one. So we have seen everything and there is a lot of delay. People don't complete formalities in time, don't share details in time. Sometimes on a humanitarian ground, on compassionate grounds, we give them time, chance, so that they can complete before or after. So all these things are there, but now we are also coming to an end of the celebration by August. So we also need to, now it's time to, summarize all these details and go for the proceedings, publication. So we require all your details. Otherwise, how we will write, how we'll prepare. Now, if you don't send anything and you ask for certificate, you don't register and you ask for certificate. Now, what we will write in that? You tell me. You will have certificate. Only name will be there or only place will be there. Now, what we have to write about it? So a lot of technical problems are there. That's why, and we have seen many times, any mistake is committed, then we share details. There is a standard format available on the website. There is nothing wrong, things can go wrong with them. Humans are very well known for committing errors. Okay, it's okay, fine. This is all common. But there is a format when you do inquire. Because that will help us and you also. First, how much of data you remember. Because all these details have to be verified. Because we have to manually intervene and check whether that the data exists or not in the system. And if it all existed, why that error has come. So system generates, whenever it generates the certificates, it generates lots of errors also. Because, participants or registered participants or presenters do not follow instructions. So it generates, it's a computer program, many of you know, even those who are not from computer background also, if it doesn't match, sometimes we don't type name as it is in all the forms, same. So it generates error, but there is a provision that if it matches partially or a word together, we have also algorithms, a kind of artificial intelligence algorithms. We are also trying to improve because anyway, we are not improving ourselves. So we need to ask artificial intelligence system to ignore such small errors so that it can generate certificate. Again, these problems are there practically. I will also share after, after this series, I would love to start a blog on these experiences on this platform. And I will take one each case study. And I'll also have one blog daily, some video logs I will try to make with each case study. We all can laugh together how we made our mistakes and how, we wasted our time and resources and we misunderstood things. I think that's gonna be a great fun for all of us. Anyway, that's on the lighter side. So what I mean to say is just follow the instructions and it will help you out to organize things easily from both the ends. That is only just I wanted to tell you regarding queries. Okay. So don't take it otherwise. You can always contact us. We are there to help you only. We are not expecting anything. We are not taking anything from anyone. So we are not expecting anything. But it should be always with an organized manner because of the limited time and resources. And there is a format. You use that format and contact us. We will help you. If not today, at least after the series, we will definitely help you because time is constrained. Everyone has the same 24 hours. So that's the issue. And coming to next session. So any presenter available, those who have completed all the formalities and not yet scheduled, got their session scheduled. You can raise your hand. I will also try to pick it up. Do we have Mausami Sarkar here? You can raise your hand. Your presentation is scheduled today. So we have informed at least join 30, 60 minutes before. This is what happens, we always tend to ignore our mistakes and try to blame others. Anyway, soon we will all come to know about our mistakes in the vlog I am going to plan. That is a next project. So definitely that's going to be a very good project. And thanks to your mistakes that made me to start a new project altogether. We'll all learn from those mistakes. So she's not there. Okay. So anyone else would like to present? Otherwise, I will take up one topic or we can conclude it here today. Okay, then we'll move on with our next aspect of partnerships. So let me close this. Okay. Then we'll see if by the time I complete this, if speaker joins, we'll take it up. Otherwise, after this session, we'll come. So, yeah, coming to the trends, challenges, issues and developments in psychology. We are going back to that. In fact, I planned many topics to discuss, but due to paucity of time, and a lot of content is there which can be discussed. So psychologists are joining forces with other professions to tackle big societal problems, from childhood mental health to police violence. So as already mentioned, we are working with a multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary, and interdisciplinary, intradisciplinary approaches. In fact, we have another conference coming up in November that will be a commemoration of this 2 years Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations. So there you can also present, and there this 2 years proceedings book will also be inaugurated in that. I will see if an additional, if time permits, I will also release one book, Common Mistakes by our beloved friends, if possible, to list out with all the mistakes our friends were committing and troubling themselves and us. We'll see. That can also be the funniest other part of humor associated with this platform. So the partnerships across professionals accelerate the field's progress. Many of the mental health and behavioral challenges that psychologists explore through have a huge societal component. Poverty, exposure to violence and racism, inequalities in education and justice system, and international conflicts such as the war in Ukraine, and affect mental health ways that span geographical, societal, and professional boundaries. This Ukraine, especially, we need to understand the recent, how much India supported Ukraine in spite of our close friend Russia. But recently what happened, hope you all are aware, that the Ukraine Defense Ministry has released an highly objectionable and disrespectable video or image of a goddess Kali depicting in some highly objectionable manner, and it has created a great controversy, and Ukraine government has to apologize. Can they tolerate if any Jesus or Mary, Mother Mary, or Allah or someone other religion God depicted in a wrong way? Can they tolerate? Then how can they do that such stupid thing depicting Mother Goddess Kali in a very objectionable manner? And that too, that tweet was shared by the Ukraine Defense Ministry. See, this is what happens, when we think we are good and people are going to be good. And they show their ugliest parts or faces by hurting the sentiments, and they call themselves the peaceful religions or peaceful countries. Basic common sense. God is God, no matter whether it belongs to which belief system. You should have a minimum common sense, right? Before sharing such a thing. What if your own God which you are worshipping? So if someone also trolls like that, will you feel the same way? Will you be happy? Now, when we are talking about secularism, that's why I keep telling many times, we are not having this secularism in a true secular concept. We are always following the pseudo-secularism. Secularism is only for Hinduism. No one follows truly secularism. In fact, secularism is is a kind of, what we have to say, is a kind of constriction, a four-wall constriction that is limiting Hinduism to at least raise their voices. In fact, through the name of secularism, Hindus are being abused across the world, not only just in India. Across the world, this is happening. And we have these also commemorations where we have seen, say, because no one else follows, everyone tries to point out, and because Hinduism is the most peaceful religion in the world. They have high tolerance, they respect everyone, so everyone can make fun of that. We have seen recently what happened, one of the Arab countries, because of one has commented something, and it has to, it demanded apology. Then is it not common sense that when you get hurt by doing such things, is it not a common sense thing that too a government, and that a defense government, sharing such a thing which is insulting a huge population, which is the third largest population in the world, and you are hurting the sentiments of the huge population in the world? Is it not a basic common sense you can do just without proper understanding? We have gone in such a long way to hurt the sentiments of people and beliefs of people. So this is what happens, because you can also go through what has happened. Not only with this, that's why it's always doubtful what they preach and what they practice. Their ill intentions always come in different shades, different colors, even in India also. Because we see Hindus celebrate all the festivals and wishes to convey wishes on all festivals to all the religions. But have you seen any other religion celebrating Hindu festivals? Can you see any church, any mosque celebrating any Hindu festival? Now people talk about secularism. We are secular and all these things. Where is secularism then? So this is what, secularism is only for Hindus only, not for anyone, because so that other religions can commit abuse, atrocities on Hindus. And they can play a victim card saying that, they are the ones who commit all these things, and and finally they play with the victim card. It is widely evident everywhere. Can anyone deny this? Can anyone deny this? It is widely seen. Even in a missionary school, you are compelled to follow their practice. But again, if you join in some other school, normal school, because India is a Hindu country and where we have good population, of course, when we see the world population, Christians are the highest population, and next to them are Muslims, and next to that are Hindus. But in India, only in India, let me tell you that also. Only in India, we have Muslim countries, we have Christian countries. Why I'm talking about religion, I will tell you. Don't take it in other sense. So only India, there is no Hindu country in this world except India. And India also, due to some vested interest, this secularism concept was brought only to convert India into other religion, and that is what happening even today. Because Hindus, secularism is only followed by Hindus, no other people follows it, no other community or religion celebrates or wishes, even for that matter only, they hardly, I'm not saying again, I always say in quotes, not everyone. Majority, I say majority, not everyone. But majority of even in the own Hindu country, we have seen many times, there have been cases filed by other religions not to come into their streets, not to take position of, generally on festivals day, we have this Radha because they have their, worship place, so they are not allowed to take position. See what kind of mentality they are holding. They are having this venom inside them, and they are just looking for the opportunity. It's like snakes waiting for their opportunity to, kill. Can we call it as truly secularism? Now, what kind of people we are having with us, and what kind of religions or cultures or traditions we are promoting? This is all very much important. I am not against any religion, but we have to, as a psychologist, we need to understand this. We need to understand what is secularism and who is practicing secularism and who is promoting secularism, and what if only one community is practicing secularism and other communities are not practicing, whether it will yield any benefits or not. As a psychologist, as a behavioral professional, we need to understand these dynamics also. See, say suppose you want to be respected. No one wants to be disrespected. At the same time, you cannot also disrespect someone and expect that person to disrespect you, right? In the same way, we have to behave in a proper way. See, we have to, no matter what religion we belong to, what belief system we belong to, or what community, it is not just limited to religion. It's also related to caste or social status or community or whatever it may be. Because this is widely prevalent, and today hate speech. Why we are talking about this is the hate speech, the violence, the unrest that is happening, communal violence that is happening. Psychologists, behavioral professionals have a great role to play. Now, who is the root cause? Now, whenever these things are happening, then who are the ones? What is the root cause for all these things? It is the peaceful community, it is a community that is following secularism, or it is by those who are not following secularism, those who are against these things, those who are just preaching secularism, but truly in their hearts are against secularism. And they have already a mission, or a vision to see or to convert people or to, promote conflicts or to promote disharmony in the system or to create differences based on these various aspects. So as a psychologist, as a behavioral professional, we also need to think about these aspects. What is causing conflicts? Because we are talking this in context of global peace, harmony in the society. Why we are not able to achieve this peace? Forget about global peace. Why we are not able to live in peace and harmony? Because we don't respect each other. We only act as if we are respecting each other. But in true sense, we don't respect each other. Why the major problem here is because, there is a deviation already. There is a discrimination, differentiation, and deviation from the major community in the very first place itself, there is a conflict. You are not able to accept that. That's why a new religion, a new belief system, or a new community has emerged. So they are always in conflict. They can never live in peace and harmony because their birth itself is on the conflict, on the disagreement, on the differentiation, on the discrimination. And that will continue as long as they are alive. Because it is the struggle for their existence. Because once that disagreement, or once that differentiation, or once that discrimination is lost, they will lose their identity. So they will become again one. Their uniqueness, or what they claim to be their unique. In fact, they are not unique, but which they claim to be uniqueness is lost. So automatically that religion, that belief system, or that community will automatically disappear. That is where the struggle of these communities or religions always try to create some conflict with other religions, other belief systems, so that they can survive themselves. And they can, by creating unrest in the society, by creating differences in the society, by creating discrimination in the society, always trying to blame or point out other communities or other religions, irrespective of any. I'm not talking about any particular community or religion. In general, as a psychologist, as a behavioral professionals, what we need to understand why this is happening and what is the reason behind that. So when we see that every community, every religion is struggling for their uniqueness, for their survival, in fact, how will they survive if they say, see, we have the oldest concept, especially even before, our Sanatana Dharma says Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That means we all are one family. When we all are one family, there is no need of so many religions, so many belief systems, so many communities, so many castes. We all belong to human beings, as I was also telling many times. These all were created, religion, caste, creed, race, all were created by us only, by human beings. So these all are created by us for our vested interest, or for our politics, or for gaining power by dividing and rule. This is a strategy of divide and rule. Because as a unity, if all are one together with one decision, it is very difficult to manipulate. The psychology of manipulation or persuasion, it is very difficult to manipulate. So what they have done, they have very carefully divided society into religion, into caste, into creed, into color, into ethnicity, so that the entire population, the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, is divided, discriminated in the name of animals, in the name of plants, in the plane of natural resources, in the name of human beings, so that they can exploit the other elements of the one family, one end. Now it is easy. Once as long as we think we both are equal, we both are same, we are related to each other, we will not harm us. There is no exploitation. There is a proper understanding. But when some difference is created between us, that's where the exploitation comes. And from the stage of living for each other, we will move on to stage of either you or me. This is what's happening in this world. So how do we understand this, what is happening? why there is a constant conflict and who is promoting this conflict? Can we not live in harmony? Can we not live in peace? Yes, definitely. But who is the one who is creating conflicts? Who is the one who is creating disharmony in the society? Now we can understand. Because of these emerging or emerged religions or communities or belief systems, they are born out of conflicts. They are born out of disagreements. They are born out of differences. And they, for their survival, always try to create conflicts. That conflicts are only reasons where the society or the entire population is always in conflict. They promote, they foster that conflict. Because once that conflict is resolved, there is no difference. There is no discrimination. There is no differentiation. Now everyone will become one. Again, everything will become Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Again, plants, animals, human beings will all unite together and become one family. There is again no religion, no caste, no community, no race. People are against that. Some people, in the name of religion, in the name of community, in the name of caste, in the name of creed, in the name of various other things, people are against such unity. They don't want people to be united. Again, it becomes hard to manipulate. So always there has been certain elements in the society who always wants people to remain divided, to have always these differences, to always have this discrimination among population, to always have this indifference or differences among the population, so that they never be united. And they use this religion, they use belief system, they use caste, they use creed, they use ethnicity, and they use a lot of things like this to keep population divided. And small groups are easy to manipulate. Especially we see when we study, psychology of politics or political psychology. Those who are into politics, we see, this is a rule. Even British has been successful in ruling our country on this concept. Divide, divide, divide. They have kept on dividing. And finally, that unity, they were creating differences. They were hurting the beliefs and sentiments. They were making fun of all these things. All kinds of atrocities have been committed. So that we keep divided, we keep fighting among ourselves. And finally, they made their way and they have ruled our country for more than 200 years. They have been successful. Until our national movement has united together, again, we all came together, irrespective of our caste, religion, creed, ethnicity, even has overcome our geographical boundaries. And you have seen the unity, the power of unity, power of being together. We could achieve our independence. Of course, these are still available today because those roots, those seeds which they sowed still continue to impact our nation. Today, the seeds which they have sown have grown into a huge size trees with more than hundreds of years. They have grown into a huge trees with branches spread across the nation, and they continue to spit venom. They continue to foster discrimination among people. They continue to foster differences among people. They continue to foster hatred among the people so that they can never come united. So that's why, see, there are certain common things where we get united. Even there are controversies why we have to respect national anthem. That is where we come together. But even that is also, these people have created a controversy so that they have gone to such a stage, they have made themselves, or they have gone to such an heinous stage that they started even, targeting the integrity of the nation. They started questioning the patriotism of the nation. Why we have to stand when there is a national anthem? Why we need to, salute to our national flag? All these are things. Are these the things we need to question? It's a common sense thing, right? Because it represents our unity, our respect to our own nation. Though it may be like, if we don't stand, and it doesn't mean that's a different thing, But there should be some common thing, like we all are human beings. But these vested interests and, anti-national or anti-social elements, they may be in any name, any form. They always try to create some kind of controversy in the society and keep always this war going on, these conflicts going on. Because of that, public is suffering with lack of peace. There is always unrest. There is always agitation on one part or other part of the nation because of these vested people who wantedly try to create some or other kind of disturbance, disharmony in the system, not only in the system, in the population. So as a psychologist, as a behavioral health professionals or mental health professionals, we need to understand why such incidents are happening and what is the root cause and how to address these issues is very much important for all of us as a psychologist to understand what is the root cause. Unless and until you understand this gamut, this is what is happening behind. Of course, people come say all good things, but actually what is happening, this is a fact that has happened. And this is happening, and no one can deny that. There is a mission to always keep nation into unrest by certain anti-social elements. There are in-house elements, there are outside elements also. Those who are within the country, those who are constantly working to, keep the entire nation disturbed, unrest, and there are outside elements which are sponsoring such things. So how do we understand, how as a psychologist, as a behavioral professional, how do we work in maintaining the peace? It may be in a small society or a community, or it may be in the entire state, or it may be in the entire nation, or can also be on the entire planet. How do we achieve? How do we work towards achieving global peace and harmony? Now, we need to understand what is happening in reality, where the issue is rising up and where we need to address. So we cannot change these people, right? Because it is their it is their struggle for survival. They know They know that they are not going to survive. They are not going to survive if these differences are lost, if this discrimination is gone, if these differences are no more valid. So it is their constant struggle. It is their constant fear of losing themselves, losing their own created unique identity. So there is always this insecurity within them. So they keep promoting conflicts. They never want to. They forgot this humanity long back. They don't believe in peace. They don't believe in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam concept, because once they believe and promote, they will disappear. I mean, they will be there, but their religion, their belief system, or their community, which has their caste or whatever they have created in the process, that will disappear. And again, everyone will become one family. Now again, they will lose the control, power, authority on the group, which they were able to control that group. Again, the entire community will become one. Again, it will be very difficult to manage. So that's why there is a constant effort put by these vested elements in the society to always keep the entire population divided, always create some kind of disturbances in the nation, on the planet, so that people always live in conflicts. As a psychologist, as a behavioral health professionals, as a mental health professionals, it is our responsibility. We have a greater role to play and in understanding this. When we call secularism, why country with its official status has to hurt the third largest religion population on the planet? This is not just one instance. We have seen many instances, even in the most developed nations, where we have seen US doing such thing. And we have seen many countries, they themselves call as secular, but why such things are happening? Because they preach something, they practice something. In this context, we know, though they are unstated, we know there are some hidden agendas for each community, each sector, each nation, or each, for that matter, each religion, and all these things have their own agendas, hidden agendas. We cannot deny that, and it is also evident at many times. On the ugliest days, ugliest times, ugliest parts of we have seen they have been exposed by themselves or by someone else. Now, how do we understand? Why we are talking about this? We are not targeting anyone. I am talking based on the evidence, on the reports. You can just Google it and you can find a lot of things. Whatever I am saying can be verified. What we are trying to hear is discuss in this context where everyone has their own agenda of protecting their own created belief system or religion, even at the cost of peace of other population, even at the cost of harmony, by creating disharmony in the world population. How do we see this? How do we understand this? And what role we can play in addressing these issues? So all these things are very much important, and we need to understand all these complex things, and accordingly we need to provide solutions or devise solutions which can help them without understanding what happens generally, because being a multidisciplinary professional, I also studied religion, I also studied culture, and we also studied comparative religion, where we know which I studied, as part of comparative religion. I studied all the religions and how they have evolved and what is the process behind. Of course, what is taught in the books and outside is different, but what actually, how these all emerged, that has a truly different context that is not being said or talked because of these secrets which I am discussing on, or which I am disclosing here, or openly talking about things. So these are always there, and these elements keep always creating unrest and disturbance and conflicts within the society, because they want their identity to be protected. Their survival is on these conflicts. Their survival is on these discrimination. Their survival is on this differentiation among the community, among the population. So as long as these conflicts are there, as long as this discrimination is there, as long as these differences are there, they will survive. Once these are gone, their survival is also at stake. They cannot survive. So that's why they always keep promoting these things. In this context, how we can play a role as a psychologist, as a behavioral professionals, what role we can play here, what role, to what extent we can help in promoting peace and in promoting harmony in the society. How do we counsel? How do we guide? How do we make them understand that these are all created by the people with vested interest, with a hidden agenda, with a hidden mission to keep the society divided, keep the society discriminated, keep the society differentiated, so that they can rule over them, like using the strategy divide and rule, and they can hold power over such small groups. So this is a secret, in fact, of various political parties, or, these communities, religions, or whatever we call. Of course, for us matter, all are same only. They are with different names. But their true colors will come out only when such incidences come. They go beyond, because they are constantly driven there by fears that at any point of time, they can disappear, because they emerged on false grounds. They have built upon these conflicts, on these differences, on this discrimination, which can at any time, with proper understanding, with proper relationships, right kind of understanding, with right kind of relationships, can make these all disappear from the society. So the moment these disappear, automatically that religion, that community, or that belief system will disappear from the world. That is why there is constant afflict, that they keep on spitting venom, and they try to promote and keep alive these differences, discrimination, and differences in the society. Now, in this context, what is the role we can play as a psychologist, as a counselor, as a behavioral professional? So we need to ponder upon. I'm leaving this open. Let's explore by ourselves. Let's think over it and share your thoughts. tomorrow, maybe after the sessions are over, or maybe as you all have my contact number or also email ID, you can also share, because this is the need of the hour, the global peace and harmony in the world. Maybe you can reflect on that. We are not against, I also need to mention a caution, we are not against anyone, but we are against those vested elements who are trying to always maintain disharmony, unrest in the society, at the cost of global peace, So those elements are always there in the society, not even now, today, tomorrow, they will be always there. But in spite of existence or presence of such elements in the society, how we are going to protect ourselves, how we are going to promote this peace within ourselves, in the community, is more important. Without which, we cannot achieve this global peace and harmony. We are becoming day by day more selfish, self-centered. We are not bothered about others. We just want only our development, our growth, our development. We are not bothered about other people. We are not bothered about others' development, others' prosperity. We are so very much self-centered. We are becoming more and more selfish. That makes, as very conservative, and that leads to a lot of conflicts. We are not able to establish a proper relationship with others. We are not able to understand proper communication. We are not able to communicate, neither we are able to reciprocate, neither we are unable to understand the context. So this creates conflicts. When we are not able to communicate properly, when we are not able to reciprocate, when we are not able to express our communication, when we are not able to comprehend the communication we have received, there is a misunderstanding. Because of that misunderstanding, it rises to conflicts. If that keeps going on, then what will happen? The conflicts will come up. The small conflict will again lead to frustration, that will lead to anger. That anger will turn into aggression. That aggression will become hatred. And that hatred will lead to violence. So this process, we can see here how a small misunderstanding, a small misinformation, a small disinformation, a small false information can lead to violence in the society, can lead to violence, it leads to terrorism, it leads to wars, and much more at a bigger level. So why we need to understand these differences, these discriminations in the society, and who are creating and who are promoting them, who are sustaining them. They are the ones who are creating conflicts, and because of their differences, their discrimination, it is leading to wars among countries. It is leading to wars within communities. It is leading to wars within states, within nations. So unless and until we understand what is going on, we will always be in assumptions that, we always think ourselves right and others wrong, or we always think others are wrong, or others are right and we are wrong, because lack of proper understanding. That's what we say, we always should not live in assumptions. We need to clearly understand. We need to properly communicate. Often we don't communicate properly. That is the major reason that leads to misunderstanding. When we don't communicate properly, we always, what happens? We are not able to convey the message which we want to convey to others in a proper way. Again, we want to convey something, the other person will understand something. It is our inability, our lack of skills or ability to communicate the message properly. That's why we have seen more than 15% of verbal communication, non-verbal communication plays a major role. And not everyone is trained in the way communicates. Again, it is learned, though certain part of the communication process is taught or learned. Most of them are not taught in any schools. So that always comes from the context, from the family, from the environment of the community they have grown, lived up, and the experiences they faced and the roles and responsibility they perform. See, you can see law enforcement officers. Their behavior is different because they have to deal in a different way with different population, with different context. And you can see our beautiful souls from Brahma Kumaris and other organizations, those who are, they talk differently, they communicate differently, and they conduct themselves differently because they are in different environment. They are in different contexts. So their way of conduct is also different. The way of communication is also different. Similarly, take someone, those who don't have any family, they are living, especially orphan, street children or adults, those who are living on the platforms or on the streets, they don't have anything. Their environment is different. Their way of communication is different. Because it's the interaction of nature versus nurture versus nature. The epigenetics we call. No? It's not just endowed, but also it is shaped by the environment. Environment also plays a crucial role. And the intention also plays a role. If you think, just imagine if you think you have a benefit and you have a benefit from someone or something, how do you behave? And once you think or once you realize that they are no longer beneficial, how do you think and how do you behave? It is entirely different. We always keep listening or saying, till there is some work and we are beneficial, they will try to use, and after that they will blame ourselves or they will blame others. So this keeps happening in the society where, because we don't understand the proper relationships and we don't understand instructions properly. We don't understand the other's priorities. That where it causes more and more issues. Say suppose, just we don't see how the communication process plays a major role in resolving these conflicts. So as a psychologist, as a behavioral health professional, or as a counselor, as a social worker, we need to learn first how to communicate properly. And make sure we take the feedback also, whether our communication has been conveyed in the way we would or we would like to or we would want to convey to them. Whether the message which I want to convey or we want to convey has been reached in the way it has to be understood by the receiver. But we don't generally do, we communicate and leave it off without any feedback. And that person, we don't know whether it has been understood and taken in the same way or in different way. Again, this misunderstanding pops up. So all these are important aspects in understanding and establishing communication so that the conflicts, the differences, the discrimination can be addressed to certain extent or to most of the extent or completely, which can prevent these conflicts so that at a larger level, these will not rise to wars, as already mentioned, the process or conflicts among the countries. So we need to understand that. That's why I started. First, we need to know how to behave like a human being. The greatest disorder or disease we human beings are having is not able to see the other person as a human being. We always see the other person based on their religion, caste, creed, social status, their income, and all these things. And we start discriminating. That is the major disease or disorder today human beings are suffering from. They are not able to see the fellow human being as a human being, as equal as him or her. That is the greatest thing that is lacking among us. So we are trying to disrespect them. We are trying to look down or look up, and we are trying to discriminate them. We are trying to disrespect them. This is what creating the problem. Say, suppose, take an example on this platform itself. We are not respecting each other. Or we are also, like many of you are respecting and some are not respecting. How do we understand this? Many are respecting as they are following the instructions, abiding to the instructions and attending, and they are benefiting and they are taking away their certificates as well. Now, those who do not understand, those who do not respect, they do not follow the instructions. Now they keep all excuses. They say this form is long, why we have to send all this information? Because they don't have that kind of respect, because they don't have respect towards the organizers or the respect towards the coordinator or the moderator, respect towards the organization structure or system. So they keep always looking for alternative ways to get around because they think they are superior, or they think, for them it is not required. They do not understand the instructions properly. Either they lack the ability to understand, or they deliberately do not follow the instructions. And then they keep struggling. And they don't themselves keep struggling, but they also trouble others also, like organizers or the coordinator or the team. Why this is happening? Because lack of understanding, lack of respect. Because they don't respect. If we respect what we do, we follow them, we abide to them, we follow the instructions. When I respect you, I respect your beliefs, I respect your understanding, I respect your instructions, I follow them. When you believe, when you respect, you follow the instructions. That's where, all these mistakes happen, not only here on the platform, but also outside, because we don't follow instructions. We think either we are superior, or whether we believe, or whether we think that we need not follow them. We can Sorry, it got disconnected. So what we are talking about is, as long as we do not understand, respect each other as a human being, irrespective of our religion, of our culture, of our social status, income status, caste, creed, all these are human created. And as long as we do not understand and we do not respect each other as a fellow human being, these things will be there. So that's why we don't follow the instructions, we don't respect them, and we keep blaming. Now, where the mistake lies? It is only on the ones who do not follow the instructions, on the ones who are not following. The instructions, and they are creating issues for themselves, and they are not only creating for themselves, but also they are creating problems for others. So we need to understand, we can understand, and we need to understand why. As a psychologist, I also think, like, because being a social worker, as a psychologist, when people come up, don't follow instructions, then I also do understand they don't really care. They don't want to follow the instructions. They don't respect in very first place. They don't treat, in the very first place. So this is what happens, So that's why we say our communication conveys a lot. The way we behave, the way we communicate, it can be analyzed in various manners. Maybe often it's not the person is like that by nature, but because of the interaction, the person also gets frustrated and will respond in a similar way. And again, you will see a different person altogether and you will wonder what happened to this person, why he is behaving this way. Not understanding the root cause of that person behaving like that is because of our own behavior. When we are asking you to follow the instructions and you are not following the instructions and again trying, so you will get a different response and again you get annoyed. So this is what the problem comes. Now, if you follow the instructions, or if I follow the instructions, then there will be no such problem in the very first place. Prevention is always better than cure. So this is how, things are. This is how things are happening. So as long as we don't understand all these things, we'll be creating in our own illusion. We will continue to struggle with our own this thing. So thank you, everyone. It's already almost, we have exceeded our time. So quickly fill up the overall feedback form. There is also some connectivity issues here. Feedback form has been raised in the form of polls, overall feedback form. We request everyone to fill the feedback form. While you are filling up the feedback form, let me keep you engaged. You can start filling up the feedback form. So when we don't respect, when we don't follow the instructions, or when we don't follow the communication, here instructions are communication, a communication which is conveyed. your the communication which are in the form of instructions are provided, and you are not ready to receive communication, and you are not ready to receive the information, so definitely you will be not able to follow the instructions. That's where the problem lies with ourselves, as we are not ready to respect, we are not ready to accept, we are not ready to receive, and we are not ready to reciprocate. Then definitely the problem will not be solved and the issue will continue to exist. Now, whose problem is that? Now, how do we rectify this? How do we solve this? We need to change ourselves. The way we are communicating, when communication is presented on the website or in the forms, we need to follow them. We need to respect, we need to follow them. And once we follow, the other things are quite easy. The rest is automatic. You are falling into the system, and system will automatically take you through the process. And finally, you will get all the benefits. So when you don't respect, when you don't follow the instructions, when you don't get along with the system, that's where the problem comes. This doesn't happen just here, everywhere. Say you are in a school, you don't follow them, you don't respect them, so you don't follow their instructions. You are constant struggle with your faculty or teacher or professor. She or he always keeps telling, you don't follow the instructions, you don't respect our communication. And this also, and even at home also it happens. When your family members say something, you don't respect them, you don't follow them. And again, you come back saying, I didn't understand, I didn't listen, I didn't follow. So this not only comes just here, it also reflects. So it conveys a lot about yourself or ourselves or myself, right? When I don't respect and when I don't follow the instructions, when I don't adhere and I don't respond properly, reciprocate properly, that conveys a lot. That's why, I was telling, this idea got struck to me. I can do a lot of case studies. I have so many experiences I can share. And thanks to this platform has given me so many case studies like that. I can just quote hundreds and hundreds of examples I have in this past many years, because this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is just 1.5 years. But even before that also, we had organized so many programs. I know I have many things I can share, hundreds and hundreds of such case studies. But people think that they know everything. That is the problem. Anyway, it's all past. It's all part and parcel of, human psychology. That's why this theme has been set in such a way, different ways of psychology. These are different issues, challenges, trends, and, the happenings in the psychology. Psychology is not just what we study. It is far beyond what we have been not taught. In everywhere, in every action, every behavior we can study. If we study systematically, if we study the underlying intentions behind that, then we will know why people are behaving like that. Because of their insecurity, or because of their upbringing, or because of the environment they live in, and because they do not understand how the system works, or they try to replicate somewhere the same thing and assuming that here without understanding. That's how we keep comparing that platform, that organization, that conference. We simply try to replicate without understanding that is different, this is different. You are different, your spouse is different, your son is different, your daughter is different. Is your entire family same like you? No, Everyone has their individual differences. So you are not able to understand that there is difference. We need to appreciate the difference and we need to get along. You cannot make all your entire family to be same as like you. They will never be. And if you want that, you will always be in conflict. Is your entire family eating the same thing you eat, like the same thing you like? So these are common things, basically a common sense, we would like to say. These common things also, if we are not able to understand and reciprocate, it conveys a lot. That's why I say I have a lot of case studies where I can analyze and I can present. And it has provided, thanks to this platform, somehow I voluntarily came, and somehow on some time there is no other option because no one else has that much time to devote. So in both the ways, it has given me so much experience dealing with different kinds of people. Thousands and thousands of people came on this platform. They registered, and I have been closely observing how they are communicating, how they are following instructions, how they are doing. It has given, I don't know about others, but for me, it has given me a lot of experience. I have seen many people, how they are communicating, how they are behaving, how they are, following, how they are understanding, how they are misinterpreting, how they are blaming, how they are engaging in different things. All I could learn a lot thanks to the platform. I could learn, really, I could experience so many things. So it's a great thing that I personally gained in this process. So even we inform our speakers also to join half an hour, 6 or 1 hour before. But sometimes we have very good speakers, in fact, they join at the starting and they keep leaving at the end. And we have some speakers who just join on the second and leave on this. They don't even bother. And of course, we don't judge anyone. They have their own schedules and we respect them, irrespective of anything. What I'm saying, because that always helps us to manage. See, one more example I will give you, because there are some more participants here to fill the feedback form. Quickly submit so that we can close this meeting. Sometimes what happens, we also ask for the duration of time. Why? Because of this problem. See, we want to give you good time, enough time. Some presentations require just 2-3 minutes. Some presentation requires half an hour. Some presentation requires 2 hours. But we have time constraints. So we can adjust accordingly and give you slot, maximum time required based on your presentation. That's why we ask. It's not that, is any other conference giving like that? Every speaker will get their own time based on, their requirements. Sometimes, we also have where too many speakers and we need to accommodate them. So we also restrict. Again, it is not like some speaker is getting more time, some speaker is getting less time. Because every speaker, if you see the application form, every speaker has got the option to send their preferred duration, right? Based on that only, we are trying to consider and give the speaker. There is no discrimination, differentiation between each speaker. It is only based on their topic and their communication, how much time it requires, and the content they are sending. Again, why we need to see the content? Because we also will come to, an understanding that how much time is required for this content to be presented. Only just based on the content. Again, with that content, we can keep one slide and keep talking for hours together. That is different thing. But at least whatever content they have prepared, how much time it will take, that we will also can come to a understand and then accordingly schedule. So that is the reason we ask. But without understanding these things, without anything, people just keep telling something or the other. So we know as an organizers how well we can accommodate, how best we can do. We have all sort of permutations and combinations that take. So that's the reason we all need to understand. And judging others will not help you. And that too, especially where there is extremities, I always keep telling the standard deviation, where the majority of the people fall in between 60 to 75%, the standard deviation. But there are extremities also, both on the extreme sides. Being a spiritual person, I am the extreme side. I am not same as you. I don't care about anything. I am the extreme side. So you need to definitely talk to me in a very different way. Otherwise, if you think that I am like you, then definitely you will go wrong. That's where people go wrong. They think, I am also like you. I am also looking for name, fame, or I am also looking for opportunity. I am also doing this for the sake of some benefit. Then that's where you are going wrong. Because I am doing for a different reason. Because just I am doing this as a service, as a charity, without expecting anything. So I am on the extreme side of the curve, standard deviation curve, where I don't care for it. But it is not the case with you. You are coming here for a purpose. Either it's because you want a credit, or you want a certificate, or you want knowledge, or you have a different, your own purpose. So when you are coming, that's why it is important to understand where you are, what you are doing, with whom you are speaking. This all is very important, because if you don't understand these things, you will end up messing with yourself. This is what the problem, because we always forget that extremity lies. There is always an extremity, and we need to understand when we are dealing with extreme, it can change the entire sample. Hope you all have done research where there is an extreme value, it can manipulate the entire research. Just 2-3 extreme values can entirely change the outcome of the result. That is where we go wrong. That's what we fail. No matter you all are successful at some side, but here coming, there is a greater possibility of your failure, because you are dealing with extremity. Now that is a general population you are there, but here there is an extreme population you are dealing, which doesn't fall into a person who is completely devoid, detached of all these things. So you have to behave, you have to communicate, you have to conduct in such a way, keeping that in context. Otherwise, you will see failures. But that will not solve the problem. So similarly, why we are talking about this is there are certain people, certain organizations who are not working for anything. They are working for the sake of providing service. So when we are dealing with such persons, we cannot move, or we cannot understand in the same way we are understanding. That's where we go wrong. That's where we fail to understand. That's where we fail to communicate. And that's where we create blunders or errors or, wrong conclusions. That thinking that, what is this? What kind of is this? All. When you are able to understand, when you understand that there is a possibility of extremity that doesn't fit into this, there might be something beyond standard deviation. There is some extreme variable, extreme person or extreme organization who is entirely different from us, who has a different intention, who has a different purpose, who has nothing to do with all these things. Then you will understand, okay, then this is not the way to communicate. This is not the way to behave. This is not the way to conduct. Then you will get your benefits. So these are there to understand. Most of the time we forget to understand that there is an extremity. We need to consider these extreme values. You know, in a normal range of students having all 20 marks and suddenly 2-3 students get 100 marks, you know what happens? 300 marks and 10 students having 20 marks, 200 marks here, 300 marks there. What will happen? The entire data analysis, what will happen? So that's what the problem is, where we go wrong, where we see failures. We do not understand that extremities. So that's why our elders also keep this, you know, always keep saying, you know, you should know where to leave, where to catch. You should not always catch, you should not always leave. You should know where to negotiate and where to leave. You know, because of these lot of extremities are there, certain cases where you should not go beyond. There is also a saying, you should not pull the thread until it breaks, right? Because there are certain extremities where you should not deal in the same regular way. You have to leave it because it's beyond our understanding or it's beyond our capacity. So we need to get over it. We need to leave it. Or either we follow it or we leave it. We cannot be there struggling. Easiest way is to understand and follow it. The hardest way or the easy other way also is, other extreme way is just leave it. Don't bother about it. But when you are in between, you keep struggling yourselves, you also put others into struggle. The standard deviation can be applied in our day-to-day lives, in day-to-day case studies also, how the extremities can play a greater role. And at times, you know, we see many business houses. We can see anyone who was once the richest in the world has become the beggar of the world, the poorest of the world. Why? Because they were not able to understand that there are certain extremities they are dealing in their life where they could have left them, but they taken it for granted. They have taken it for a toss. That's why altogether entire business vanished, entire wealth vanished. Many cases, I can give you many case studies because I am also a management guy. I did my MBA long back. I do understand. I also do analyze certain case studies. I have seen why these people lost their entire wealth and today why they are like that. It is because of their wrong decisions, and they have been so adamant, and they have been in taking certain decisions. Instead, they could have left that, but they were so adamant that they want it at any cost. That blunder which they have committed, they did not follow that. You know, they did not understand there are certain extremities, and we come across our lives such extremities where we have to leave that. We have to put a red carpet and either allow them, either invite them, or either make them follow them to leave. We cannot take everything. That's why there is also another saying I would like to quote. Though I respect both the dogs and elephant, you know, elephant keeps, there is saying, just a saying, dogs keep barking at the elephant, but elephant doesn't care. If it wants, it can thrash. But, you know, if it keeps thrashing every dog that barks at it, it will lose its destiny, because so that's why it goes on its own thing. So we also, life is full of such things. So we should also focus on our destination. These people will be there who will be barking like dogs and cats. But we should focus on what is our aim. People will keep joining, people will keep leaving. They should not be bothered. But if there is a genuine person, you should put all your efforts to see that their association is always there, who are non-judgmental, who are really, very independent, who are not attached to anything, who are truly, independent and who truly not judge you. If you find any such persons in your life, you should always maintain good relationships with them. But often what happens, we take them for also granted. And like we take our spouse or children for granted, we also take them for granted, and we, overthink and we over-expect and ruin ourselves. We strain the relationship, and for no reasons we keep blaming. Like I said, you could have, now it is your responsibility to guide, or, you could have made me aware or something, because we take them also for granted because they don't expect anything. Like our spouse, we say, though she is not under obligation, but we say it is your duty to do that. It is your responsibility to do that. But it is equally our responsibility also. But we take it for granted. Similarly, certain relationships are also, take it for granted. That's where we strain the relationships and we lose the relationships. So these all are part of process. Though we could have more academic presentations, but that will not help us really. We are learning from years and years together, but still problems are growing. There are no solutions. There are less solutions and more problems. And everyday problems are growing, because we are just repeating like parrots. We are not trying to understand, because all these concepts which were there in our ancient scripts, our Indian or traditional knowledge systems, are no longer with us. We are not referring them. That's why I told you, read Bhagavad Gita, read Ramayana, read Mahabharata, or watch them. You will understand so many dynamics, relationships, how human behavior, human dynamics, how each character or how each person is interacting with other. All this beautifully you can understand, you can analyze, you can talk in terms of engineering, you can talk in terms of architecture, you talk in terms of law, you can talk in terms of psychology, you can talk in terms of sociology, you can talk in terms of management, you can talk in terms of strategies. You name it, you can talk it. But only, that's why people have created so many taboos, myths, and misbeliefs on these scriptures, so that they can keep us away from this rich knowledge and wisdom, so that we don't read them, so we are not aware, we keep ourselves dumb. And that's how, we are kept away from our wisdom. So thank you. Now that everyone has filled the feedback form, so we will close for the day. Thank you for patiently being with us. So any pending presentations, we'll take it tomorrow. Always remember, those who are presenting, join at least before 30 minutes. Do not join at that exact time. Sometimes we have sessions closing early. Sometimes, again, I also need to, when I take topic, I also need to complete the topic. I can't leave in between. So you have to wait till the topic gets closed. So again, it is only, you have to wait either that way, this way. So this is what I am saying, we cannot keep waiting for, because we need to conduct sessions. We need to utilize, because when you are giving your valuable time, It is also our responsibility to give valuable resources, insights, information to you. So thank you everyone for joining us. And tomorrow is last day for us, everyone. Those who are willing to present today, those who are, and tomorrow. Today is the last day. And not only just fill the registration form, share all the details. Now there is absolutely no time. And don't wait for any confirmation. You send all the details. If it is shortlisted, you check the website. Or if I call you tomorrow in the session, anyone is there, you raise your hand, you share your details, you present and finish it up. Thank you everyone once again for joining us, and hope these can be wonderful insights for you all, a good learning for all. For me, definitely, you all have provided a wonderful experience to me. I have learned so much being on this platform. And thank you everyone. Take care. Good night.